day 2 of this hearing. Are there any matters that Council wish to raise before we start proceedings?
The only procedural issue for Hamilton City was the prospect of attempting at least making some inroads into the process discussion this Friday, rather than leaving it until the following Friday, which I think is the current program. So we still will put ourselves in a position where we can have a decent discussion, at least at the beginnings of a discussion on Friday, if there's time permitting. I have conferred with Ms. Parham for Waikato District, and she's advised that she feels the next Friday will be necessary. So I think my attempts to maybe try and cut the whole thing out this week might have failed. But nevertheless, if there is an interest from the panel in spending some time on the Friday, at least beginning to explore the next procedural steps, certainly we can make ourselves available for that.
All right, thank you for that. Certainly I guess our preliminary view at the moment is that next Friday week will absolutely be necessary. So I guess let's have a conversation on Friday as to, is that tomorrow, isn't it? As to whether or not there's any point in starting that conversation or not. Yeah, all right. Is there anything? Oh, okay, all right. Assembling. Mr. Quickfall, welcome. Thank you for making yourself available this morning, Mr. Quickfall. I understand that you've got some other issues, probably more pressing, but yeah.
Tēnā koutou, Commissioners. As you know, my name is Tony Quickfall. I'm the Manager of District Plan and Growth at Waipā District Council. So my role in this, as I explained, is not a technical role. It's just kind of the oversight role. I'm in your hands as to my evidence. I will take it as being read.
Yep.
Would you like me to hit the high points or just go straight to questions? I'm in your hands.
Are there some high points?
There's probably a few in there.
Absolutely. You tell us what you think the high points are. That would be helpful. Yeah.
So the executive summary is fairly self-evident.
Thanks.
I won't labour the Waipā context, but we did feel it was important to put that in there.
Yeah.
So my council has a particular, I guess, position on Plan Change 26, which we thought was worth putting in there in writing, so that's the background to that.
Yeah, no.
I did want to make a minor correction to the table 1 on page 5. So in that second column where it says regional level, that should actually say sub-regional level. So that's not the full Waikato region, it's a sub-region. And obviously there's an RPS component in there which I didn't include. So if you imagine RPS between, another column of RPS between regional level and district strategic.
Okay, thank you.
At paragraph 19, I've talked a little bit about Plan Change 30. I know the Assembly did yesterday as well.
Yeah.
That was just to really, I guess, let you know that there is quite a bit of housing development in process and real housing enablement on the ground. By way of example, I've included there 3 developers that across 3 different growth cells, between them delivering around 2,300 houses to the market. So that's active and current. And there's other ones that are kind of in due diligence that we're talking about as well.
Yeah.
Paragraph 21, the NPS, urban development, so we fully support that as a council. And I think listening to some of the hearing yesterday, there's a comment just around most of the councils do seem to embrace that, and we do as a council, because we feel that's outcomes focused and it gives us a fair bit of discretion as to how we actually apply that locally within our plans. So that's absolutely, we can confirm that we're fully embracing the NPS.
Yeah.
I did have a minor clarification at the bottom of paragraph 24, so that relates to ahuaki, and there's a small typo there as well. So in the last sentence there, I'd like to clarify if I could. I've said, while it has no legal status, it cannot be considered. Just in response to, I think, Commissioner Morrison's short question yesterday around the status of ahuaki, it is just going out to engagement now. It's quite an extensive engagement process. At the time that you'll be making your recommendations, it probably won't be completed. So if I can clarify that to say, while it has no legal status at the time of determining PC 26, and I guess it's not for me to suggest that you can't consider it, because you're open to considering that if you feel that it's a relevant matter to consider.
Just a question on that. Is once it goes out for consultation, will it be available on the Waipā website
It has its own website.
Website, okay.
Yes, so if you just Google Ahuaki, it's got its own website and all the engagement processes and the status of it, where it's up to is in there.
I guess you need to tell us whether you think we should take that into account or not, rather than leave it to us to figure out whether we should.
I think it's relevant, and I think it's relevant for probably a couple of reasons. So one is it will set out our council's strategic spatial approach to growth in Waipā District. And so this was a very forward-thinking decision that was made probably 18 months ago, before the legislation around the spatial strategies got firmed up. So our council decided that we wanted to have a bit of ownership around what that looked like, I guess. And so if you think of the hierarchy, we've obviously got the legislation, then we've got future-proof in our region, sub-region, and Waipā District is a part of future-proof. That sets, and you've heard about the HBA assessments, that sets our region, sub-region wide growth spatial layout. And then at a local level, what Ahuaki will do is that will then go to the next level, and that will identify within our district where some of those areas could be developed, and then that will be implemented through our district plan. So I think it has a little bit of relevance, but the weighting obviously is something.
So does Ahuaki, which you say is in draft, does it take account of the, I guess, the position, if I can put it that way, that council has adopted for through PC26? And I guess the question
It's a little
is
bit independent of that. So council's position on PC26 was in direct response to the MDRS legislation. And I think the way Ahuaki is progressing is it's apolitical, it's a community-led response to how our communities see development happening in Waipā.
Okay.
Not sure if that answers the question.
Well, you know, I think the answer's no. Yeah, right, okay.
Thank you. I've talked about that next chapter there, well-functioning urban environments. If I got to sum that up, so the way we see PC26 is it's an opportunity for delivering outcomes, and we are wanting to really focus, I suppose, on those principles of Town Planning 101 and the outcomes we're trying to achieve for our small communities, and I wasn't being flippant when I said that Waipā is not Hamilton, it's a statement of fact, but it also is contextual. So I think that's the outcomes that we're trying to deliver for our community, which is different than Hamilton as a city and other parts of the country that are subject to NDRS.
Yeah.
So at paragraph 30, you have heard that we did have a plan change in train on our program. That's plan change 21. You've heard reference to that. That is on hold, and my feeling is that it's probably immaterial to decision, but again, in terms of context, if we didn't have MDRS, PC21, we'd probably be sitting now in front of a panel for PC21, delivering a comparable outcome in terms of housing enablement. It might look different on the ground. It probably would have included large lot residential, but in terms of actually delivering additional houses in Waipā, my sense is that we would have had a comparable outcome. I just thought that was important to make it.
And just to confirm, PC21 wasn't notified?
No, it had been scoped, it had been funded. We had a consultant ready and on board to help us out, and then we put it on hold because we knew we had
So when you say it's you put it on hold, that's an internal decision?
It is an internal decision.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
At paragraph 31, I made reference there to some of the things that we are delivering on the ground in Waipā, and this is despite having a plan change 21 or a plan change 26. So I've made reference there to 149 medium to high density apartments already in Cambridge. That's been enabled through our consenting regime, and our council's given staff fairly wide mandate to endorse and support intensification as non-compliant activities in response to the MPS. So that's the way that that's been rolled out, and we're getting fairly good developer response to that. So another example there in paragraph C31, there's another developer who's proposing 200, and these are what I've described high density, so they're a different density that we see already in Cambridge. And we endorse that with good urban design and appropriate infrastructure around it. I have expressed, I guess, a professional opinion at paragraph 35, which I thought was worthy of recording. And so, having been a little bit involved in the New Zealand Urban Design Protocol and written some urban design guidelines, I do believe that the Amendment Act that we've been asked to deliver on now, I've talked about words like a contradict and offend, but I think there is a disconnect between the New Zealand Urban Design Protocol, and we're a signatory to that, and that's kind of gone off the radar a little bit. Last time I spoke to MFE, they said it was due an update, and they knew it was on their radar, but they had bigger things in train. But I just wanted to make that point. I think there is a bit of a disconnect between them. Paragraph 38, so in terms of context, Council's position, and I think paragraph 38A really sums it up. So I think we can demonstrate that we have embraced and we are proactively enabling urban intensification across our district and our towns. And the real key points there are around outcomes focus, so in the right places, with the right outcomes, and at an affordable pace. So I'll talk to the plan change now, some of the details around there. If I jump to paragraph 40, financial contributions, so that was a relatively easy decision for us to take the opportunity to include a review of that as part of Plan Change 26. There was a question yesterday around Papakainga, and I think the Assembly answered that probably as I would have. It came down to time frame that we had. We didn't want to rush it, and we wanted to do the right thing by iwi partners in terms of Papakainga plan change, and we didn't feel we had sufficient time. As it happens, we have had that plan change, Papakainga plan change, on our program for some years. It's called Plan Change 23, and we're engaging as we speak this month, and we're looking at having a plan change notified towards the end of 2023. I did want to touch on at paragraph 48, medium density. So the NDRS doesn't define what that is, but we're lucky, I suppose, in the sense that as part of one of the future-proof councils, we had an early heads up through the growth strategy work that was being done around defining medium density, and that's now been codified in the Waikato Regional Plan Change 1 to the RPS. And the way that that's been codified, and on the top of page 18 there, it's actually target densities for specific areas. There's 25 to 35 in defined intensification areas. So we knew that was coming. We anticipated that as part of Plan Change 26. And our modelling work that you'll hear more about at the substantive hearing is based on that as our definition of medium density. Right. Just as an aside, at paragraph 52, again, from a professional view, my feeling is that target densities will, if I think of section 32 requirements, would be a more effective, efficient, and probably appropriate mechanism than the blanket 3x3. And you've heard that through some of the responses to the council about trying to implement that. Table 2 on page 19, just a qualification around that. That is for illustrative purposes. That was a cut across our existing subdivisions, lot sizes, average unit dwelling sizes. So just to explain that table, the first column there, the total number of residential zone infill subdivisions, that's what I call the level of uptake that we've had for the opportunity to infill. And you can see it's different across different parts of our district. But we have had, anecdotally, a fairly good level of uptake. We've got a number of good developers in the district who have taken opportunities to amalgamate some properties. These are the mums and dads developers, and we've seen a little bit of that as well. The average size isn't averaging across all of those subdivisions, and the new build size is also an averaging, so there's a bit of adjustment within there, I guess, that you'd expect, but it just gives a signal around, I guess, additional evidence that no matter how you look at the metrics for our district, our feeling is we got sufficient capacity to deliver on the demand for housing in the short, medium and long term, no matter what way you look at what metric. So that's what I'm trying to illustrate here.
The years that you've chosen there, is that just because that's post the MPS? The first version of the MPS.
So 2017 is when the district plan became operative, so we started from the plan. Yeah.
Okay.
To 35 mana, I won't dwell on it too much. Our position is we fully endorse Mr. Williams' evidence he presented yesterday. We we feel, and at paragraph 60 I've again expressed an opinion on this, we feel that there could be a weighting consideration that the panel might want to consider. We are unique in the Waikato and across the 3 councils in that we do have legislation requirements that we're obligated to follow. We have a document that has a higher status than other MPSs in the sense that it prevails if there's any inconsistencies. And so I do think actually that could be a weighting matter that you turn your minds to when you look at the relative weighting of the qualifying matters. And I think Ms. Emling explained it really well. The way we've expressed that through Plan Change 26 is the effects from intensification on the awa. And Mr. Williams described that it's not just the Waikato awa, it's all the catchments of the Waikato and Waipā as well. We're relatively at the top of some of those catchments, so we have an opportunity to actually mitigate and minimise at the top some of those impacts. I guess just the other thing, it might not be in my evidence, but just another thing that occurs to me is that we're also constrained by our region consents. So of course we have discharge consents and we have water takes for our towns. And there are very tight controls because of Te Ture Whaimana on the regional consent regime. And so if we had to go and increase our discharges or increase our water takes, we have a very high bar that we have to follow in order to get those consents through. So that's another consideration, I think, that is probably worth turning your minds to.
You haven't specified it in your evidence here, but can you indicate subsequently to us the renewal dates for the various water consents?
Not off the top of my head, sorry. I'd need
just put those in due course, because it'd be quite useful to know and compare that with the information that we got from Hamilton City yesterday.
Sure. Okay. At paragraph 69, there was, and this is the advantage of going last, there was a question yesterday around the 120 metre setback. You will hear evidence from our expert on the rationale behind that, but one thing that did occur to me is that we've got varied catchment topography. So the Waikato River, where it flows through Cambridge, is quite incised, as you know. It's got steep banks, bush covered, and because this is around I guess the green fringe protection, I suppose you'd say, that may form part of the basis of that 120 metre setback. And the other thing I'd add to there is that the effects of that setback are relatively minor or modest in terms of what it means for development. So all it really does is that it reduces the height coverage from 50% to 40%. So the impacts on the ground of that setback are relatively modest. So I'll just make that point as well. You'll hear expert evidence around the character clusters, so I wasn't intending to dwell on any of that. Financial contributions under chapters 80 through, you will have picked up what Plan Change 26 proposes there, so effectively our existing financial contributions chapter already exists. We're not proposing any substantive changes to that. We've introduced 2 new financial contributions, as you'll be aware, Te Ture Whaimana and residential amenity, and we're consistent with the methodology for Hamilton City Council around that, but we do acknowledge that the quantums that we've included in Plan Change 26, because we had insufficient time to do the proper analysis, that is something you'll be hearing expert evidence on around whether we've got that right or whether those need to change. I guess just to conclude, so the way we see Council's response to MDRS is really about outcomes. So there's an awful lot of technical detail and all of us trying to understand new legislation and some drafting challenges, I suppose, around that as well. But we really wanted to focus on the outcomes. And I think there's no doubt that anyone in the room will look at the same outcomes being, you know, the words that we hear: vibrant, livable, affordable, pleasant, sustainable communities. And we see PC26 as our response to delivering on that for Waipā. Thank you. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Mr. Quickform. That's good.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Quickform. Must go up on your plate.
Thanks. A couple of questions from me. Thank you for your evidence. Without drilling down too much into sort of what might play out over the next few months, I'm interested in the level of capacity you've got in the council for encouraging carrot and stick or whatever good design. You seem to make a number of comments about the relationship you have with the development community, and that in fact you've got some good professional developers. So you're confident that when and where MDRS and intensification rolls out, that you can achieve good outcomes in design?
I am. I haven't been at the council terribly long, but I have to say that this is one council where it operates on a very open door policy to working with developers in particular, but consent applicants in general. So we typically have an open door policy for due diligence. So the developers who are looking at doing something, they'll come approach us and say, here's what we think, what do you think? And that's really the opening of discussion, which is why I was a bit surprised, I have to be honest, when I first arrived at the council while we were granting so many non-compliant consents. But now I understand, and it's because we do a lot of the work up front. We have a lot of the discussions, so by the time those consents come in, we're able to have a dialogue. We bring in urban designers. We don't have any on-house, but we've got availability to some really good urban designers. We bring them in as we need to. And in fact, some of the developers that we work with quite frequently have their own urban design teams anyway. So regardless of what we end up with here, I am relatively confident that we have quite a good open door relationship with our developers to deliver on good outcomes.
And when you're talking urban design, I mean, we're talking beyond the site boundaries of the specific development?
So if they are developments that are at scale, then we will start talking about streetscape, road designs, parks, reserves, that kind of thing. If they're the smaller ones, then we have less opportunity, so that's more on-site design.
Oh, good to hear you can have a conversation before lodging. In Auckland at the moment, you still can't get a pre-app with anybody or talk to anybody at all about much.
It might be benefit at scale as well, where
Yes.
relatively accessible.
Yeah. The other question I had was just around the 120 metre setback, which again is a detail thing. That's measured from the boundary of the river, so it would take in some of the escarpment in most lots?
I'd need to refer back to that. It would be measured from whatever the definition of a river, so it would be the top of the stock bank at metres full flow, I think.
Okay, I was just thinking that might have a significant effect on sort of what 40% versus 50% means. If half the lot's down the bank anyway, so what you're left with is not too much to work with.
We can clarify that at the substantive hearing.
Okay, right, thank you.
I just had one question. I know the substantive you'll deal further with the character clusters, but just wondering if you could tell me a little bit more about where you envisage those character clusters might occur within the district. Is there a sort of relatively easy to kind of tell us where the groupings might be?
Yes, so there's an appendix to the plan change, which was a report from an architectural firm, and we engaged them to do it. Again, we were struck by a double whammy of resourcing challenges at that time with a constrained delivery date, and so we did what we could with what we had. And so there was a ground assessment. It was street level, it wasn't site by site, but we had sufficient confidence and that provided that we could rely on what they provided us. So that's appended to the plan change. I can't tell you what appendix it is at the top of my head, sorry, but that is there, and you'll see in there where those character clusters have been identified. They are around the towns of Te Awamutu and Cambridge.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Quickfall. I've got a question regarding flood hazard and how that's addressed in the qualifying matters. I see that in the retained existing qualifying matters, there's a high-risk flood zone. I haven't read any of the Section 32 analysis, so my question is, what sort of evidence is likely to be presented at the substantive hearings on flood hazard?
Thank you, Commissioner. I anticipated that question because I saw the questions yesterday coming up. So I have got some additional information that we can put in the substantive. So I guess the first thing is that the qualifying matter overlay is a stormwater overlay rather than a flood hazard overlay. So that's what's in Plan Change 26. But you're correct. In the district plan, we have a flood hazard overlay with associated rules. That's now out of date. So we did some updated modelling which came through 2019-2020 on that. And so we now have a new flood hazard overlay which I've got some figures yesterday, has brought in an additional 847 properties that currently aren't shown in the district plan. That's across Cambridge, Te Awamutu and Kihikihi. We did consider putting that in as part of Plan Change 21, but again we felt that the level of community engagement that we would have to undertake. So all of those properties have had letters, they do know they're in a new flood hazard area, but it's not codified in the district plan. We felt that we didn't have sufficient time to do a proper consultation process to put that in the district plan. We do have on our agenda, on our web program, another plan change for flood hazard mapping, a little bit like Hamilton City Council has. So the team is turning their mind to that around whether there's any additional flood hazard evidence that comes in before you get the substantive, or whether we just simply stay with what you've got at the moment, which is the stormwater overlay. They're one and the same thing in a way, and particularly with recent events, it's sharpened our focus around that.
So, similar, as you say, similar to Hamilton City approach.
That's our program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Quickfall, it's not a question on the evidence as such, it's just a parallel one. Given that the hearings on PT26 are due in whatever it is, a couple of months' time anyway, quite shortly, we need to be thinking about, and that's the purpose of Friday week's discussion obviously, we need to be thinking about possible mediation, expert conferencing and so on. One of the topics quite clearly that's been suggested by numbers of parties is financial contributions. and given the apparent similarity in terms of the way in which that's been constructed between Hamilton City and yourselves, it would seem that there might be benefit in actual fact putting those two together into a sort of a, I guess, an early start for that. Just your views on that?
I'd defer to Wendy here, but we'd be open to that from a technical perspective. It would make sense to collate those topics together. We are some with Hamilton City Council. We use the same methodology. We do have market economics been helping us out around the quantum of some of those financial contributions. So we're open to that.
And so maybe next Friday you can bring forward a proposal on that with Hamilton City. When do you expect to settle on the quanta? I mean, that's obviously a major part of what people are interested in.
So market economics has done some preliminary work. We haven't had the results yet around that, so that's still work in progress, I think it's fair to say. I can't give you a date.
Okay.
We do have an internal focus workshop next week. We're starting to look at some of recommended amendments, so that we might have something then.
Right, okay. Are there any, just off the top of your head, or both of your heads, are there any other topics that we need to accelerate, or would be useful to accelerate in view of the imminence of the hearings on PT26? Or let me just prompt you to have a think about that and again bring that forward next week, because I mean we obviously need to move fairly quickly in some of these areas.
There is one thing that applies to Hamilton City as well. I'm not sure if it's a topic, but in the submission from Waikato Tainui, you will have seen that they have sought the administration of the financial contributions for Te Ture Whaimana lie with the iwi authority or perhaps the Waikato River Authority. We have had a pre-hearing meeting with Waikato Tainui. It was without prejudice, but it was a very good meeting, very, very positive. We think there's a way forward. What we have asked Wendy to advise us on is whether legally the administration of those financial contributions is in scope of the plan change, or whether that's an administration matter that we can deal with separately from the plan
Or
change.
whether it needs to be in the plan change at all is probably the more germane question from our point of view. Yeah.
So that's one thing we're thinking about as well.
Yeah, okay. Any thoughts? All right, thank you, Mr. Quickford. Appreciate your time.
Can I perhaps just respond to your question about the renewal dates for the various infrastructure consents? There is a table in the Section 32 report.
Oh, okay, thank you.
I might be able to give you it's page 175 of the
Sorry,
Section 32 report.
page
175.
175.
And there's a number of different consents. It sets out the various consents for Cambridge and Te Awamutu and all of the different renewal dates.
Yeah, thank you for that. I thought there'd be somewhere, but I hadn't seen it. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Oh, you're eager, Mr. Allen. Thank you.
We are next, aren't we?
You are indeed, yes.
I'll bring Mr. Liggett up, but I'd quite
Yeah.
like to stand to present because I've been sitting in a car all morning.
Well, in that case, you should probably sit down. Right, welcome, and welcome, Mr. Liggett, good to see you again.
Thank you.
And your other team.
Thank you, sir. Morena, everybody. My name is Douglas Allen. I'm here as counsel for Kanga Ora, and the witnesses who you're going to hear from for Kanga Ora are Mr. Liggett, who's going to give corporate evidence that you will have read, Mr. Phil Osborne on economics, and Michael Campbell on planning. And you've had that material, you've had our written submissions, you have read it, we've
have.
heard that.
Yep.
What I'm going to ask the witnesses to do is give you a short greatest hits version of where they've got to in terms of their evidence. I will take you through these submissions, some aspects of it in a little more detail than others, because there are some matters that we think are important in terms of context for the region and also for Kanga Ora's involvement in these proceedings. And can I, before I take you to that, just make some brief introductory comments. Mr. Quickfalls made reference to having a focus on the outcomes, and we would agree with that. The plan change provisions you've got set a base, if you like, for the discussion. The submissions that have been lodged by Kanga Ora on each of the plan changes and the variation set a scope, or a range of scope and a range of issues that are live, but there is a recognition that for both the councils and for submitters, this process is fairly punishing in terms of time, and it's punishing in terms of breadth that you have to deal with. So what I come to at the end of these submissions is a suggestion that there be an opportunity for mediation or caucusing or some sort of process whereby people get into a room and try and nut through these issues, both to deal with basic factual material, and you've heard from all the councils about the time pressure they're under and how difficult it is to get all the material they need. From Kanga Ora's perspective, it also would like some more material, so it helps it to understand what can be done and what can't be done, and particularly how do we deal with the infrastructural issues, which are inevitable when you go from an infrastructural history that's been based around quarter-acre sections, 800 square metre sections, 400 square metre sections, down to what we're now being asked to do by Parliament and directed to, in a sense, in the NPS. So that has implications for infrastructure capacity, and it's very important that there be decisions made in terms of where you put funding and where you put infrastructure that means you get best bang for buck, best return, in terms of both accommodating the new growth and doing so in a way that works in terms of urban form. So the submissions necessarily deal with both the NPS UD Policy 3, and I'll come briefly to 3D on that at a point. But they also deal, of course, with the MDRS. Now, those are different beasts, as everybody in the planning world knows. One of them is encouraging a form of development around centres and intensification in those centres. The other is saying you will enable this form of development pretty much everywhere that's residential, except where certain things apply. And they create different issues for councils in particular. From Kanga Ora's perspective, it's all good because it all enables them to be able to provide the housing people need. But we appreciate that there is an overall urban form argument that says centres are particularly important. There's also, for councils, an issue: how do you deal with the MDRS, and where you have less certainty about where things go. So there's a debate to be had in there, and the material you've got from Kanga Ora starts to address those issues. And what you're going to hear about is more about the focus as to where development would like to, where they would like to have that occur most intensively, in centres and corridors. How do we provide the infrastructure to encourage that to occur? How do we then provide a planning regime, which means that when Mr. Liggett and his colleagues are trying to put in place significant redevelopment, because that's where you get the most housing in the best location, most comprehensively designed, they don't encounter a whole range of more difficult provisions, and you end up with a more difficult job to put in the development that's most important and most critical in terms of addressing demand than you do if you're just trying to put something into a residential area generally. So we'll work through that. As I say, a mediation process is something that we think needs to be fed into this process. It's obviously tighter, I think, with Waipā, which is first. But then, in a sense, we're here because Hamilton's here. And other people have said that over the last day or so. The reality is Hamilton is becoming, as I've said in my submissions, it's morphing from a provincial city to a major metropolitan centre. It's in that process. It feels like a different centre from what it was, or a different city from what it was when I was a child and when I was 20 years ago. It is a different beast. It's much more difficult to get around. It's much more complex.
You weren't a child 20 years ago, Mr. Allen.
No, I had those as two separate
Are we on
things. I could add a couple more 20s, isn't it? No, it is a city, and as I say in the submission, that is at a point where the decisions made now affect the sort of metropolitan centre it's going to be in the future, and more so for Hamilton and potentially Tauranga than anywhere else in the country, because these are the cities that have got major growth and they're at the cusp of turning into something quite different. And for that reason, we think this is, I appreciate it's a difficult exercise for the councils, but the plan changes, and particularly plan change for Hamilton, is an opportunity to get the planning right into the future, to get the shape of the city right, and that's the sort of thing that we would like to focus on, as well as the minutiae of the rules. If I then take you to the written submission, you've had this, I will not read it all, I will take you to particular parts. So the introduction simply trots through the process we are in. I note in 1.3 that Kanga Ora understandably is involved in ISP processes throughout the country. It's got an approach that is generic, but a recognition that we're dealing with separate issues and separate regions. So the response, ultimately the outcome that Mr. Quickfall was talking about, will be tuned within the scope of the legislation to suit the cities that we're dealing with and the townships we're dealing with. And in 1.4, there's an acknowledgement of the directive and compressed timeframes within which the councils are being required to prepare and promulgate the IPIs, particularly where you've been in the process of going through growth plan changes, which are already well advanced, or where district plans themselves are in the middle of a full review process. And clearly Waikato has been going through that, and now we're coming back and we're having to revisit some of the issues that we collectively went through not so long ago. If I come down to part 2, I've set out there Kanga Ora and its statutory mandate. This is addressed in more detail in Mr. Leggett's evidence. I won't read it to you. It just summarises how we got to having Kanga Ora and what its role is, and you will note on page 3 there are specific functions set out in the Kanga Ora Homes and Communities Act 2019, which we've quoted. These are broader than Housing New Zealand's functions were. So Housing New Zealand had a role in terms of being the provider of housing. Kanga Ora's role is to do that, but also to have a role in encouraging appropriate forms of housing and the way that the cities develop. So that's a statutory imperative, if you like, that results in Kanga Ora being here and its role being perhaps wider than at first glance you might have expected it to be.
I don't get the impression anyone's challenging Kanga Ora's status here. So, yeah.
Now in 2.5, I'm going to trot through this, and it might sound again like pretty basic material, but it is, we think, quite important. So we've set out in 2.4 the functions of Kanga Ora, and we've set out in 2.5 why we think that the compact urban form promoted by the Amendment Act and to be implemented through the ISP process is clearly aligned with those functions. And it's relevant really to the approach we collectively take to this legislation and to these plan changes and variations. We need to bear in mind these are the advantages that as a community we've determined, with a greater or lesser degree of agreement in many cases, accompany intensification, and I have to say particularly in significant urban areas. And clearly that's Hamilton. There is a supporting role, as we say here, for the others. So a compact urban form enables residents to live closer to places of employment, education, healthcare and services such as retail. That reduces the need for travel, supports the use of public transport and active transport modes. Intensification around centres promoted by Policy 3 further supports those outcomes while enabling the centres to increase in scale and economic activity and viability, diversity of economic, social and cultural activities and vibrancy. And while I'm there, I might just quickly address the issue about Policy 3D. And particularly the question that came up yesterday about what does commensurate mean? And I have to begin by saying Policy 3D is not perfectly drafted, except that the entire NPS is imperfectly drafted, but the themes are very clear. It says in relation to Tier 1 urban environments, regional policy statements and plans, district plans enable D, within and adjacent to neighbourhood centre zones, local centre zones, town centre zones, which are the relevant ones here, or equivalent, building heights and densities of urban form commensurate with the level of commercial activity and community services. So I say that's talking about the future. It has to be, because that's what planning is. And if we were talking about the current, we wouldn't bother having that provision in the NPS at all. It would be meaningless because it would be self-fulfilling prophecy. You're reflective of the current context. Keep reflecting the current context. What the NPS is about is changing that context. And it's quite explicit about that. It says, except that there will be changes, they're not necessarily adverse effects in some places. So planning being about the future, the focus of that document being about the future, we have to think, what is the appropriate context for these centres and the height and bulk locations for provisions for them, given where we think we're going to go in the future, particularly with reference to what this plan change, for example, or this variation is doing. Now, as I said earlier, one of the key themes in the Kanga Ora presentation is we've got to get intensification around centres and within centres and along corridors leading between them. And as we go through the hearing process, you'll see that more clearly. There is a plan that's been shown to me this morning, a version of that, which shows in blue, I think, the council's rendition of the relief that's sought by Kanga Ora. And we haven't had a chance to look at that. We will. I'm sure it'll be fine. And I'm sure it'll be a very helpful thing. What it does show is there are some areas that are more intensive than others, and that's the discussion we'll be having in detail as we go through. And the balance becomes, how do you ensure that your infrastructure grows at the rate that you're developing in these areas in particular? How do you make sure that they're coordinated? But to answer the question that was put yesterday, it's the future, not the past, and it's not the current in terms of Policy 3D. Moving on then, under C, a compact urban form enables the sharing of key infrastructure such as urban roading and wastewater and water supply networks and reduces the marginal cost of construction for each piece of infrastructure, albeit that the capacity of wastewater and water trunk networks may need to be increased. Intensification, particularly through multi-storey development, reduces the total extent of impermeable surfaces having regard to roading as well as building coverage, and consequently reduces the quantum of total stormwater runoff from urban development. And that enables, collectively, an urban form that is overall more efficient, connected and supportive of residents while reducing or avoiding the adverse effects and inefficiencies that can arise from less compact forms of development. So Kanga Ora, in short, thinks this is, despite the push and the rush and all those kinds of things that flow from legislation, this is a very important opportunity to get into those issues and get them reflected, particularly in Hamilton, but also in a supporting way in the other townships. Now, the next point is to expands on that point I made earlier, which is that Hamilton in particular, but or together with Tauranga, are particularly suitable for being looked at in this way at this time, because they're on the cusp of that, or they're already over that change from being, as I've put it, a provincial city. It's morphing into a metropolitan area of much greater complexity and scale. And I've just noted through the proximity to Auckland, Tauranga, the fact that this is where the population bulk is in the country and where the growth typically is, the connectivity, the fact that the region is currently less congested for businesses and industry than Auckland, and I would say Tauranga too, because of the geography of Tauranga, which is so challenging, while still providing significant cultural, economic and social attractions for potential residents. As it becomes a metro centre, it gets all that material in more bulk. And I've noted then in D, the way that the Auckland and Tauranga urban areas are influenced to a significant degree by their coastal locations, the harbours, the surrounding topography. In the Waikato we have the river, we have some topography, but the reality is you are able, and many of these towns are more inclined towards a concentric shape or a more easily managed shape than particularly Auckland and Tauranga are, which are the other two major sources of growth or recipients of growth. That makes this a location where, in terms of infrastructure, difficult that it is, there are ways of doing it that are more, have a wider range of opportunities than perhaps you do in Tauranga and Auckland, where we end up coming across harbours, coming across a whole range of geographical constraints that make logical expansion of those places very challenging. And then in E, I note that while the urban areas in the region currently contain relatively low density residential development, the distances between those residential areas and the key centres across the three districts are still relatively short. You can get to a centre pretty easily and quickly. Additionally, the distribution between various centres within each urban environment, particularly in Hamilton, is relatively short and well connected. This spatial layout and access to centres helps movement through and around the urban areas, whether by active modes of travel, public transport or private vehicle. The extent to which that ease of travel is retained will in the future depend on the density of future development. In light of those factors, we say the region is unsurprisingly experiencing significant population growth, which is expected to continue. As a consequence, Hamilton is in the process of morphing, as I say, from a provincial city to a sizable, increasingly complex metro area, with the urban areas of both Waikato District and Waipā District having supporting roles in this shift. As that occurs, congestion and travelling times will increase. The incentive to develop sub-regional commercial and employment centres, for example at the base in Ruakura, will continue to grow. Residents will increasingly look to work, shop, obtain services and entertain themselves close to their homes. In that context, a compact urban form focusing in and around a number of centres will support a more efficient transport system and in particular a more comprehensive and frequent public transport system. And I then note in 3.4 the ability of Hamilton's growth to add to the attraction of the surrounding townships, of course. We can also reinforce those good qualities in the way that we develop those townships. But then in 3.5 I note, the decisions made in the context of the IPIs have the ability to enable Hamilton and the urban environments of Waipā and Waikato to adopt now a strategic planning framework that will ensure that the incoming population growth is accommodated in an efficient manner and with regard to an urban form that's appropriate in the long term. That might avoid, in Hamilton's case, the difficulties that have been faced in other cities, and I have to say Auckland, where it's been proven challenging and expensive to retrofit residential density and a strong public transport network into an extensive metropolitan area that was designed around the private car and now has widely spread residential areas that cannot easily be served by public transport. Now, at one level you might say, well, Auckland and Hamilton are fairly similar. They've both got centres and they've got a lot of housing that's in 400, 600, 800 square metre sections around it. I think the critical difference is you could still feasibly walk from the top end of Hamilton down to the CBD in what, an hour and a half or so. You cannot do that in Auckland. And we have an opportunity with Hamilton to start that retrofitting, if you like, start that redevelopment in key places in a way that really supports the urban form we want and not be in the position we are in Auckland where 50 years after we did all that we figure out that we got it wrong and we want to do it differently. So those are the opportunities that Kanga Ora is here to talk about and to try and develop. We appreciate that because there's a planning framework that's imposed from above, particularly in terms of MDRS, there are difficulties in how you manage some of those provisions. And Kanga Ora is confident it can develop in an appropriate way. It has a whole tranche of urban designers and the like inside its organisation and reporting to it. advising it. It enables it to do things in appropriate ways. We appreciate that for councils the question is beyond Kanga Ora, and we'll work through and try and deal with those issues. But at a fundamental level, the positive opportunity that this process gives us is to look at how we develop, particularly Hamilton, but also the other centres, in a way that makes them efficient into the future. And that is the positive way I would like us to look at this process, rather than feeling it's been imposed on us. It's an opportunity. And I set out in part 4, really that, I've summarised that, what the Kanga Ora submissions are trying to do. I won't take you through that. It's a statement of Kanga Ora's vision for what it's trying to do. What I will note in 4.4, and I've covered it already, Kanga Ora submissions relate to both the intensification within and around centres required under the the NPSUD, and the more dispersed intensification inherent in the MDRS. In practice, it is the intensification focused on centres and along key transport corridors that will generate the greatest contribution to efficient urban form. And from my observation is it's really important to enable entities, to the extent there are other entities like Kanga Ora, but certainly Kanga Ora and other significant developers, the ability to develop, redevelop brownfield areas, redevelop urban areas at scale, because that's where you get the best outcomes. And if you go and have a look through Auckland at what's happening where Kanga Ora is doing these things in places like Roskilde, where it's happening at scale, there is a different, new aesthetic arising and amenity arising, but it is a good amenity. And it is one that we should be promoting. That's where I think a lot of the focus needs to go in terms of the enablement. I come then to 2 of the qualifying matters that I want to talk about, the Ture Whaimana and the special character historic heritage components. And again, I will take you through this because I think it's quite important in terms of setting our focus for where the hearings will go in the future. With respect to Ture Whaimana, Section 77IA of the RMA, as amended by the Amendment Act, provides that a matter required to give effect to Ture Whaimana or Te Awa of Waikato, the vision and strategy of the Waikato River, is a qualifying matter on the basis of which a council may make the MDRS and the relevant building height or density requirements under Policy 3 less enabling of development. Now, Te Ture Whaimana has been utilised as a basis for infrastructure constraint overlays under both PC12 and PC26. The underlying assumption that we perceive may be there, and we may be wrong, and this is part of the discussions we're going through that may enlighten us, appears to be that intensification will necessarily generate adverse effects in terms of water supply, wastewater, stormwater, that conflict with Te Ture Whaimana and can only be addressed through constraining development and requiring infrastructure assessments. Now, we think that's flawed, and that there's a jump from the things we need to protect, if you like, to this is the problem. And I just want to reiterate the point I made earlier, but in a bit more detail. We submit that accommodating population and activity growth through intensification is likely to generate similar demand for water supply as would a more dispersed form of development. Additional capacity may need to be provided in the existing water supply network, but that could occur via on-site storage, upgrading existing pipes or installing additional pipes. Secondly, it's likely to generate similar demand for wastewater services as would a more dispersed form of development. And again, I've referred to the additional capacity you might want to provide. And thirdly, and I think quite importantly in this discussion, and I appreciate there's a lot of work to be gone through on this, but it's likely to reduce the total impermeable surfaces because you don't need to build roads. You don't need to build 100 houses of 1 story each or 50 structures of 2 stories each. You can build a much fewer number with a greater number of stories. That suggests that accommodating growth through well-managed intensification should generate reduced adverse stormwater effects in comparison with a more dispersed urban form. So there's no assumption, I think, that intensification is necessarily, I'm going to say, worse than other forms of accommodating growth in terms of effects. And As I say, in 5.4, Kanga Ora is concerned with the councils may have approached this issue by comparing the effects of intensive development in accordance with the NPS Policy 3 and MDRS with current conditions. That is, the councils don't appear, on our speedy reading, to have considered the effects of accommodating the same quantum of growth in a different, more dispersed urban form. Changing district plan provisions does not in itself generate growth. Rather, it specifies how the growth that does occur might be accommodated. In that regard, significant growth is anticipated, and there's no suggestion that the Te Whaimaana requires a planning regime that would or could prevent further growth in the Waikato region. We're not going to close off Waikato to growth. We need to address it and deal with it, but we have to do it in a way that gives effect to that document and the essence of it, as well as all the other national planning instruments we have. So the councils, we say, therefore need to compare like with like. That is, what are the differences, if any, in effects generated if growth is accommodated in an intensive urban form as opposed to a dispersed urban form? And remember that growth won't suddenly appear in accordance with all these new provisions. It will develop over years, decades. Infrastructure will be implemented over years, decades. As development occurs, people pay the development contributions. They make contributions, or in the case of a comprehensive developer like Kanga Ora, they install and they contribute significantly to major pieces of infrastructure where the requirement for that is brought forward or is driven by what they are doing. So it's not an exercise in simply thinking we the council need to provide all this infrastructure and we don't have the essence, don't have the ability to do it now. There's a process we go through which ultimately always ends up with infrastructure being provided to new growth, because if you don't have the infrastructure, you can't live in the house. So all the areas we've got in New Zealand currently have involved a coordination of infrastructure to a more or less appropriate level, and the housing that comes in with it. And that's what engineers do. That's what Gantt charts do, I'm told. Finally, I say in 5.6, the IPIs are not being assessed in a vacuum or against a pristine environment. That's why we have Te Ture Whaimaana. Te Ture Whaimaana identifies and responds to an environmental degradation that is currently present and is continuing to occur in the catchment. A wide range of measures are required to rectify those problems, most of which will relate to the existing activities, conditions and infrastructure. The incorporation of suitable standards regarding new activities should ensure that they positively contribute to the health and well-being of both the Waikato and the Waipā rivers. Hence, intensification should not be precluded or constrained by the plan changes to give effect to the Te Ture Whaimaana. And just a little observation on that. From what are we now, 2.5 weeks ago, when we had our very exciting Auckland anniversary and the floods. People saying we should stop building houses in the wrong places. One of the issues in Auckland, I think, is that, or one of the things that I gather may have occurred, is that where the new developments have occurred, they have tended, not exclusively, but they've tended to be fine. Many of the places that have been hit by floods are areas that were built 60 or 70 years ago. There may be a trade-off where we have to retreat from areas that were once appropriate, but through development of the cities become less appropriate or inappropriate. And a recognition that some of the things we're doing now are right, they produce the right outcomes. There will be some areas where the inquiries need to be had because there have been unexpected outcomes or just flooding has occurred in relatively new developments. But there is, I think, a lot of thought that's gone into this area increasingly over the last 30 years, certainly of my practicing time, which means that stormwater management and treatment is much more a focus of attention than it was 30 years ago. It will continue to be that, and new development is an opportunity to fund that in a way. If you to redevelop from a 2-storey building in a centre to a 6-storey apartment block, you've got an opportunity to deal with things in a different way, and you can afford to deal with the potential effects of flooding, for example, in a different way. So the next aspect I wanted to take you to was the special character and historic heritage qualifying matter. Now, Mr. Campbell's evidence deals in a little more detail with the various qualifying matters we have a discussion with the councils coming up on. These are the two I just felt were the most important and critical. So, You've heard from Mr Muldowney yesterday and from the council in terms of the approach that they've taken with these issues. I won't take you through this in detail. What I will say is that Plan Change 9, which came out shortly before Plan Change 12, basically allocated Section 6 status to significant chunks of land around the Hamilton built-up area. The consequence of that, in terms of Plan Change 12, is that Hamilton said, well, Plan Change 9 has immediate effect. It's not operative, but it has immediate legal relevance because it's a Section 6 issue. We'll address that. As a consequence of which, Plan Change 12 doesn't have to deal with those. That creates this difficult position we're in, where significant areas of the city are essentially off limits for this debate, arguably. And what we're saying is we don't think they should be off limits. I think this is a discussion really for us to work through next Friday week. And part of that is because Plan Change 9 is a discretion. So council exercises discretion as it's entitled to do under the Act to introduce Plan Change 9 addressing historic heritage. But Plan Change 12 is not a discretionary plan change in the sense that council, like Waipā, like Waikato, had to put out a plan change. Only Christchurch has been bold enough to say we won't. And of course the issue for council to then think, well, that's a clever idea, is once you put it out, you can't withdraw it. And that's a very easy judicial review. So we're in a position where council had to address these Plan Change 12 issues. And we think that creates a slightly different circumstance for you when you're working through this. So the submissions you've got from Kanga Ora say, let's look at these areas, and the council's position is, let's not, because it's Plan Change 9. We clearly need to have a discussion between us as to see whether there's elements where there could be some sort of accommodation reached. But I think from our perspective, we will want to address that issue through this process because we think we're required to in terms of the way that the Act was structured. There are, however, some knotty little legal issues in there that Mr Muldowney and I would not be able to discuss at length if our clients ever let us, but they may try and find a way to avoid it. Now, that's the Hamilton situation. In Waipā, special character is relied upon as a qualifying matter, and that is in the context of Plan Change 26, so that's more manageable. We don't have to go outside it to another plan change. In that case, and I'd have to say in the case of Plan Change 9, Kanga Ora's position is we don't think the tests in the Act, in terms of how you do the analysis, have been met. In the case of Plan Change 9, we think there are some significant issues in terms of the way that that's been done. But that's, as I say, a substantive discussion to come another day. Now, the next section is on the Kanga Ora submissions that seek additional development capacity. And these submissions relate both to centres, and to all of centres' corridors in a sense, and more generally throughout the residential areas. There's a lot of detail in there, and there's a lot of discussions to be had. As I said earlier, there's a focus on outcomes. In practical terms, the Kanga Ora submissions, while supported by Kanga Ora, create also an envelope of relief for people to have those discussions within. And my experience is that entities of the size and complexity of these, of councils and of Kanga Ora, are capable of having very constructive discussions about those kinds of matters and working through them in a very professional way. My expectation and my hope is that there'll be time to do that through this process. I'm not sure there's anything there I need particularly to emphasise at this stage. I've probably said all I need to on that. And then I come to the procedural matters, paragraph part 7. And this really is a statement that reinforces what I've already said to you. I will take you through it because I think it is important. Given the complexity and breadth of the IPIs and the submissions lodged by parties, Kanga Ora considers that it would be beneficial for the panel to refer topics to mediation prior to holding hearings. I appreciate with Waipā that might be tight, but we've started discussions with the councils at a very high level, including in the last couple of weeks Waipā. So there may be some ability to move those forward. That would give parties an opportunity to clarify issues, to exchange information, which I think is critical given the time pressure we know the councils have been under to get to where we are today, and the fact that they haven't got all the information that they might want in some cases. Commission research they consider may assist, resolve any differences in terms of technical approach, and I've put in the footnote, it appears from the evidence the economists for the councils in Kanga Ora have taken different approaches when assessing the extent of development that might arise under existing and proposed provisions. Ideally, those technical elements will be resolved before the relevant hearings occur. That might occur through parties and consultants meeting or other more formal mechanisms. And the issue there is the one that Mr. Muldowney mentioned yesterday, where we have, and I'm sure came in questions, theoretical capacity under a zoning, economically feasible or viable capacity under a zoning, and then the one that I suspect is most important, which is realistic. Because if you go to a case like, again, Auckland, because we've had to go through the unitary plan process, where the intensification, some might say, has already been enabled and you don't need whatever, that act provides for, or sorry, that unitary plan provides for hundreds of thousands of additional lots, potentially. The question is, how many of those are going to be taken up? And some of them are uneconomic, but others are about personal choice. Somebody living in Mount Eden may say, I'm able to develop, but why would I? Because I can't live in Mount Eden anymore. Or somebody living in somewhere else in the city may have the same issue. So there's a point at which particularly generally zoned land develops at a certain slower rate than it could develop at economically. The advantage, of course, with developers and landowners such as Kanga Ora is that when they do something comprehensively, they do it then, at that time, and you get the 150 houses or whatever that are capable of being developed or provided in this location, as opposed to waiting over 15 or 20 years for that to trickle through. So that is an issue that I think, to the extent it's critical to the rules and the outcomes, or influences positions on the outcomes, would benefit from the consultants sitting down and having a discussion with the planners, with other parties, to figure out what do we think the actual realistic enablement is in these areas. Back to paragraph 7, I'm sorry to have jumped away from it. Those discussions would also enable the identification of respective priorities and the parties to put in place informal witness caucusing to the extent they need it, and to narrow or resolve matters. And then in paragraph 7.2, I've sent out the areas of information that we're particularly interested in terms of infrastructure, and considering infrastructure provision in the context of growth coming through intensification or growth coming through the current regime and more peripheral development. Because, again, to remind you, the rule change doesn't create the growth will occur, and there are certain infrastructure expenditure that has to be put in place anyway to deal with that, and certain consequences that arise from that growth anyway that need to be managed. That, I think, probably covers what I need to cover in the opening. Any questions? Otherwise I'll pass to Mr. Liggett.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Allen. Just in relation to Te Turi Whaimana, I think you've talked about that as a potential qualifying matter, and I think yesterday we talked about the fact that it's a matter to give effect to Te Turi Whaimana rather than the legislation itself. I didn't sense any disagreement, but I couldn't see a statement directly in your submissions that we've heard from all of the other councils so far that if there is a conflict between any of the national policy statements, then Te Turi Whaimana prevails. That's your understanding?
I think that's right. I think you would need to understand what the provisions that you're dealing with that are creating the conflict, how they are worded as well.
So really investigate, is there in fact a conflict doing the King Salmon approach?
Correct. Well, yes. Long live King Salmon, but you're waiting a decision.
Indeed. Now, and I think in your submissions you've also said that in Kanga Ora's submission, Te Turi Whaimana is not inconsistent with intensification, and there may even be benefits. I think that's kind of a rough summary of,
Yeah, okay.
yeah. What if you're wrong? So by making these things more permissive, and if we've got a
Yep.
permitted activity status, and we're not at the substantive hearing yet, but what if you're wrong? How do we pull this back? Are there any levers that we can use along the way?
I think the first thing is you have to make sure it's not wrong. Right? And that involves consideration of, put it this way, the council said in some areas you don't need to carry out an investigation of infrastructure.
Mm-hmm.
We would say, and in other areas you do. And it's also said we need to identify where development should be encouraged and where your infrastructure investment should go, and we would agree with that. Where the differences arise, I think, is, in terms of that discussion, is council's got what is a physically very limited area, which is around the CBD. What it doesn't do is address land that Kanga Ora has that's ready for comprehensive redevelopment and could be redeveloped, except it's now going to need to do an analysis on every one of those projects. So there is a level at which we say the overall thrust is probably sound, what could be worked with, but it needs to be amended to reflect possibly a bigger area where, and a focus more on centres, other centres, where that can occur. Now that then requires consideration of what are the implications of that development for, let's say, stormwater. Because I think water supply is pretty simple. You either put in a pipe or you take it off your roof. Wastewater is the same issue everywhere. You need to either retrofit or put in new pipes, and then you need to put in your plant. And the plant is the same plant whether you're expanding peripherally or not. So if we accept that Te Ture Mana is not incompatible with accommodating any growth, in other words, you can have growth and still be fitting with it, it then comes down, I think, more to an issue of stormwater. And in that context, if you're putting in a 6-storey building on an area that's already got hard stand on it, you have, you're not adding to the stormwater runoff. You have an ability through investment to perhaps manage that in a slightly different way, depending on how the council decides to do that. So I think that the essence of it is, assuming Te Ture Mana enables some growth, then we have to make sure that the technical aspects of the growth that's put in place are such that the adverse effects that Te Ture Mana is concerned with, and of course the legislation and the other NPS and the regional documentation is concerned with as well, with respect to the river and its catchment, are dealt with appropriately. So we do that correctly, and that issue, I think, goes away. We do it wrongly, and the issue is present regardless of how you add growth, and if we don't do anything currently, Te Ture Mana still isn't met, even if nobody came into the city and into the region.
Just picking up on your answer there, you talked about, making sure that the adverse effects are dealt with, but I'm not sure if you heard all of the discussion yesterday, but part of the discussion we had was that it's not just about, for Te Ture Mana, it's not just about adverse effects. There's a higher test, and there's that higher threshold of restoring and protecting the river. And so, interested in your view on what relevance that has for our decision making in this
and I think
area.
there are ways in which redevelopment of land can improve the position, and that's a function of the level of knowledge we have now, the level of investment that goes into redevelopment, the ability to address, say, stormwater through mechanisms that are more effective than historically they were addressed. We have to acknowledge that by using up, where we use up more open space, grassed areas if you like, or non-paved areas, permeable areas, you have to address that issue somehow, because immediately off that area there's going to be more runoff faster than there typically would have been. Those are concepts we're familiar with, and they're concepts that need to be worked through in terms of all of our cities. So for new development, there's the potential to either be neutral or better. For existing areas, that's the other side of the debate, or the other side of the role for the councils. How do we reduce the effects that we're having now? And sometimes that involves going back and replacing pipes that are leaking, wastewater pipes that are insecure, where you've got, if you have infiltration of water into the wastewater pipes and you're losing capacity in them, those kinds of issues also need to be resolved. They are assisted in many cases by new development because you're getting development contributions from it, and it can go into that part of the catchment. The alternative form of accommodating development, crudely, peripherally, means that that development is fine because it's dealing with its effects, but you're not addressing what's happened in the existing urban area. I think there are complex issues, but they are issues that are capable of being resolved. And remembering that we're trying, through the catchment, for all activities in the catchment, to lead to this improvement over time. And there was discussion of proportionality and discussion of the time frames, and that's all has to be relevant in the same way that the time frame over which development occurs is relevant, because it won't happen immediately. We have time to deal with that and to put in place infrastructure, to identify where we want the growth to go, put in place the additional infrastructure we need to serve that growth, have agreements with major parties about how, pardon me, and when development will occur, and how that funding for that infrastructure that's needed will be arranged, whether it's simply DCs or whether it's some other development contributions agreement between the developer and the council.
So at the substantive hearing, will Kanga Ora be bringing evidence to support their views in terms of the effects on Te Ture Whai Mana and how intensification doesn't worsen but can actually restore and protect? Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then just one final question, different topic. Yesterday we were having some discussions with Council for some of the other parties about the MPSUD and Policy 3 and whether or not the singling out of Policy 3 and the Amendment Act meant that we needed to give it greater weight, or I think it was Ms. Embling for Waipā said actually it's a question of timing, it's just bringing it forward, it's not saying that you need to give it greater weight. And we've obviously got submissions from other parties which say actually it's a weighting thing, so interested on your view on that.
Look,
if you have
I think the Act tells us that the councils needed to bring in their plan change to give effect to Policy 3, Policy 3 as a whole. That is the imperative. Once you're dealing with a plan change, you've got to give effect to the higher order instruments, and that's one, all of it. Now, there are provisions in here that tell councils what they do and when they do it and all those kinds of things, and there are also policies that deal with where we're going to, what we want, where we want to be. So those policies, I think, are all to be given effect to the extent that you can in this context. And I think Mr. Maldoni might have put it that way. Yeah. So we have to give effect to this. We have to give effect to Te Ture Whai Mana, have to give effect to any other NPS or RPS that's relevant. It is that the Policy 3 reference in the Act is the trigger, but once we're into this discussion, it's the broader inquiry. And the one thing I would add then, and I'm sorry to jump to a slightly different topic, scope. The interesting thing about this case, and it matters less here because the councils have dealt with scope, and they've dealt with their areas as a whole. In Auckland, for example, there's an area of the city that they've just deleted from the, and in terms of scope. My thought there is, it's the statute that tells the councils what the scope or the envelope of the plan changes are. And if council misses part of that, it's appropriate for somebody to say, but this should be in this plan change because the statute told you to put it in. Now that's an example that's not directly relevant here, but as we go through, we might find there are elements in terms of relief that people are seeking in a debate about scope. And I think if the relief that people are seeking is something that is consistent with what the plan changes were meant to be in terms of the Act, I think it's a slightly different circumstance from the one that applies where council exercises discretion in terms of issuing a plan change, like Plan Change 9, where the ability to add to that is constrained a little bit more by the choices council made. In this case, we're given choices by Parliament as to what we're doing collectively.
Thank you.
Just go back on the issue of I guess infrastructure, and I mean a similar question as to whether KO is actually going to bring forward some detailed analysis in terms of what the infrastructure requirements would be and the costing of that for its, if you like, its elaborated scheme.
I think that the issue there is that and you see from part 7, there's some information from the councils that we'd like, and our understanding is, notwithstanding the amount of material you've had so far, there is work that is being done and needs to be done to understand where the capacity is now. And we think that's the starting point, and that puts me to another comment I think Mr. Muldowney's made yesterday about the effect of council saying, well, you've got your resource consent, or you don't need a resource consent, you've got your building consent, but except you can't connect to the wastewater system because we don't have any capacity. The effect of that would be to mean that density happens where we happen to have capacity for wastewater today, which is unrelated probably to urban form issues about where we want development to occur. So I think the starting point there is councils tell us where is the infrastructure capacity, where is the shortfall. Kanga Ora will say, these are the areas we're particularly concerned about because this is where we can start making a difference most efficiently and in the right place. And then there's a discussion about getting the infrastructure expenditure into that and putting in place zoning that reflects that intention in terms of where infrastructure expenditure will go, because then you know that this corridor or that centre will be is where we want growth to occur, where we'll put the effort into. By the time the growth occurs, we will have infrastructure capacity to do it because there's some kind of arrangement, whether it's informal, formalised in a contract, or whether it's something that is just part of annual plans and the like. But it's not as simple as us saying this is what the infrastructure will be until we know what the infrastructure is. And at the moment, we don't know that. And we appreciate the pressure the council's been under for that, but it is really important to know it for the reasons I said at the beginning. This is the opportunity to get Hamilton's structure and shape and urban form right. We need to get the infrastructure right to serve that, and we need to know what it is now before we can do that.
All right, that's what I might characterise as the Prince Harry clause. This is the spare.
I'm a Republican. I wouldn't know what you mean.
But this is you want to know what's spare in order to know where it is. Basically. Yes, right. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think we should turn to your witness. Do you want to ask?
I've got one question which probably spans both the submissions and each of the 3 pieces of evidence, and it relates to the sort of emphasis between the MPS and MDRS that I perceive. And yesterday, Ms. Enling reminded us that the Amendment Act didn't actually have a purpose statement, so we need to look to Section 5 for, sort of overall purpose, which is that makes sense. But when I read your submissions and even your characterisation of the availability of water and wastewater and stormwater infrastructure, there seems to be a difference drawn between, the importance of what the MPS wants to see in terms of intensification around centres and corridors comes up all the time,
yes,
and the broad spread that MDRS is seeking. And even just your last statement about sort of identifying areas that might make it work for Kanga Ora, and I look at the map with the blue on it that you get to check out. But I mean, again, that seems to talk about centres and walkable catchments and all that sort of thing. I don't see a broad spread.
Mr. Liggett is probably the best person to talk to you about that. My observation is, as I said right at the beginning, they are very different things, and they are. There's a clear planning rationale for the MPS, UD, and there are objectives and policies that make it very clear what government was wanting to do. It's quite directive, and some councils, no doubt, would say it's too directive, but it is a guidance as to what we're trying to do in terms of urban form. MDRS is a very different thing, and it is more difficult to manage, I suspect, from a council's perspective, and it's certainly more difficult to manage from an infrastructural perspective, because you can't provide the theoretical infrastructure capacity to everybody, knowing that only a portion of it's ever going to be used. So there is that in a sense, that's an infrastructural debate or discussion that reinforces the centres and those locations, and says, well, MDRS can sit out there, it can provide an important source of capacity, but it will tend to be more site-specific, and it'll be lower scale potentially than what Kanga Ora can do in a significant development. But remember, Kanga Ora may also have land out there in the MDRS area where the benefits of that process can apply to them as well. I think they are quite different. In some sense, there's almost a tension between, well, there is a tension between everywhere and incentives. And the discussion, I would say, the most significant increases in capacity in practice and the most useful ones are going to come along those corridors and in the centres. The other is a separate kind of opportunity, but I'll let Mr. Liggett speak to that. He is much more familiar with the implications of it and the opportunities it provides for Kanga Ora and for others.
Thank you.
So if that's...
Yep.
I will
Thank you, Mr. Allen.
here, and I'll perhaps ask Mr. Liggett, once he introduces himself, to address that issue.
Mr. Liggett, welcome.
Is that on?
Is that pushing it up is normally the way to do it, but and then talk.
Talking. I think is it capturing? Yeah. Quite close. Yeah. Morena commissioners and panel and council colleagues around the room. I'll just try as quick as I can to give you the highlights of the evidence.
Yeah.
Some of it I'll expand on for the benefit of other people to the process that won't necessarily be fully aware of why we're sitting here and the capacity we're sitting here. So just quickly, in terms of the statement of evidence that I've put together, briefly covers the background and the statutory context to our organisation, who we are and what we're about. A brief discussion about the portfolio that we hold in terms of the public housing estate with reference to the Waikato region and why that's important to our activities. And then a broad highlight on some of the key elements of the Kanga Ora submissions that we've made and focus in on a couple of matters that Mr. Allen has already covered with you. I won't expand any further on section 2 because that's simply a diatribe about myself. But looking into section 3, so Kanga Ora was established by the government to be its housing and urban development delivery agency. It does pull together all the strands of former government delivery entities, both Housing New Zealand and its large-scale delivery entity, Hobsonville Lad Company, and alongside that, the Kiwi Build program that was being delivered out of the government ministries to create a delivery outcome for that. In terms of the development of Kanga Ora, we're a Crown entity. We have obligations to the Crown to deliver its objectives. One of the guiding lights for us in that space is the government policy statement on housing and urban development. And fundamentally, that sets out some key visions and outcomes for the government's agenda with respect to housing. That's about the provision of more houses being built across the system as a whole, with a particular focus and lens on changing the dynamic around the affordability of that housing. It's also to ensure that housing meets the needs of current and future populations. So it's looking forward as to what do we need and do we have the housing stock available, and if we don't, do we have a framework that allows us to deliver that? Part of the framework question that, in terms of our involvement in this process, is around what is the regulatory environment that you need to respond to with respect to council process in terms of a district plan. fully aware that there are a myriad of other frameworks that are relevant here. Local Government Act processes with respect to funding and financing of public services and public infrastructure, other government delivery across its wider family, that all contribute towards that. Other outcomes relate to security of tenure, housing as an outcome for family and for people as opposed to investment and financial gain. And in terms of our response to that and the statutory mandate that we hold, it is across the entire housing spectrum. Predecessor organisations have been focused squarely on social housing and housing for vulnerable community. But we have that function in terms of the public housing landlord, but also with respect to urban development, both leading, contributing, initiating, facilitating, and actually delivering urban development outcomes. And that's put under the auspice of our objective, which is to fundamentally provide good quality, affordable housing choice that meet diverse needs. So it's not just the public housing provision, the 4% of the houses that are across the country that we administer on a day-to-day basis, but it's to make sure that all of the housing needs for all New Zealanders are met. That when we do that, that housing is appropriately located, that housing has good access to the things people need, jobs, amenities, services. And when we look across the responsibilities we have as a Crown entity, there's the housing work stream, there's other work streams that the government is responding to. Climate change and adaptation, all of those things, emissions reduction plan, all of those things come together sitting underneath some of that umbrella commentary that we have around the accessibility of people to places. There are other benefits that are accrued when we do that well, which leads to the overall enhancement of social and economic and cultural outcomes for community, which is a consistent theme across legislation, but is one that is embedded within the statutory objective that we need to meet. So why this process and why are we here? It's twofold. Unashamedly, we have a delivery function. We need to build houses. We need a framework that allows us to do that for the public housing outcome that we need to deliver, and I'll touch on what that looks like for us at the moment. But also more broadly in terms of the housing system as a whole. Planning framework can't just work for us. It needs to work for all. Otherwise we have a situation where some people in the system can generate outcomes, other people can't. And in terms of the houses that we build, the bricks and mortar that we put on the ground, fundamentally that is directed investment towards the public housing estate. Yes, there are other programs that do deliver housing for other forms of services and for other forms of tenure, but the fundamental investment that we make, the $6.5 to $7 billion that's being expended at the moment, is into the public housing estate. We need the framework and partnerships that we have within our organisation across the development sector to deliver the rest of the need. And Council sits squarely alongside that. It's not just us. So what is our portfolio and what does that mean? Fundamentally, there was some evidence from someone being tabled that Hamilton City has a population circa 190,000. That's pretty consistent with us nationally. We have 186,000 people residing in our public housing portfolio, so we're actually grappling with the same sort of issues in terms of scale. Challenge for us is that's dispersed from Kaitaia to Invercargill. So understanding the tensions that council have around dispersal, we're dealing with that inside our entire portfolio and trying to manage that issue nationally. When we look down specifically at the Waikato, about, and this does fluctuate, but about 4,000 homes. In terms of the relative proportionality of that, there is a bit of a disconnect between the supply of public housing relative to the population for Waikato. We don't quite have enough, and that's when you look at the wait list, that is amplified. So at the moment, nationally we have a wait list of the latest public information, circa 27,000 people. It's about 2,200 of those wishing to take housing opportunity within Waikato. That's almost 8.5% of the wait list against a national population circa 6.2%. So there's a greater housing demand here that is unmet than there is relative to the rest of the country. We're only talking a couple of percent, but that is actually significant when you start talking about percentages across an entire country. So we do have a growing and more significant unmet need in the Waikato for public housing supply. And to put it in perspective, we've virtually had a doubling of the wait list for Waikato in the last 3 years. Between 2019 and 2022, the wait list has virtually doubled. The other significant piece of the puzzle for public housing is that the demand is very different today. The predominant portfolio type is a traditional 3-bedroom house on a site, akin with 50s, 60s, 70s development typologies and outcomes. That isn't the greatest unmet need that it presents itself today. So we have a typology challenge. We also have a locational challenge. Not too long ago, greatest demand was focused on Auckland and Christchurch. We now have a nationwide unmet need. Probably two levels that haven't been seen inside generation. So we have a locational and a typology issue that we need to address. And part of the response here is that the district plan framework, in managing a portfolio of buildings and land, district plan provides direction locally as to what responses would be appropriate or should be appropriate and should be delivered. And I guess for us, just turning to section 5, the intent for us is to ensure that the delivery, or that the planning framework allows delivery to occur in a manner going to the outcomes, pretty much objective 1 of the MPS, contributing to well-functioning urban environments, and what that means, that it's sustainable, inclusive, thriving communities. That's directly out of our Act, is also mirrored in objective 1 of the MPS. Fully appreciate the task councils have had in front of them. It's no small feat to try and undertake the depth of assessment that's necessary to respond to both the MPSUD as well as the legislative amendments that have come through. We're feeling the same pain that the councils are feeling. There's a lot of work to do. And the more we can do that in a collaborative manner, the better, both for our respective teams that are trying to do this work, but equally for you and the information you receive. And I think at 5.2, we fully acknowledge that councils have taken a step. We're not facing the Christchurch situation here. Councils have actually been proactive, responded to the intent of the legislation as they've interpreted it. I guess for us, there's probably a couple of key points. One, when we look to the direction and policy 3, we think there is greater opportunity for the spatial extents to be looked at in quite a bit of detail. When you're within the spatial extents and the accessible catchments for services, both the proximity question, but also the degree of intensity that you do provide within that. The map that has been floating around, I don't think it's on the wall, and to touch on the point raised, universally, MDRS standards as we see them, yes, that's universally across the city. General residential zone picks that up. Beyond that level of development and intensity, yes, we see there is a greater opportunity in specified locations, both within Wellington, but also the centres of Waikato District and Waipā, to actually look at where are the centres and where are the accessible locations provided for by transport corridors where a greater degree of intensity should be provided. So it's not looking at those locations as the MDRS being the outcome. We're saying through our submissions that we need a greater degree of intensity to support the outcome stated in the MPSUD in those locations. So it's to put it colloquially, it's a MDRS plus. It's a greater degree of intensity in those specified locations, and they'll largely be, we need to go through a process to check the map. We haven't produced it, but there has been information provided to assist in that. But where those medium and high intensity zoning is shown in our submission, for us that's a greater degree of intensity because of the proximity to service or because of access arrangements that exist in those locations, and we say that they are highly accessible. I think that discussion largely covers off section 6 of my evidence. Suffice to say, at section 6.5, I think that one of the things that we're grappling with is that when we get beyond the MDRS is actually creating a framework that will allow efficient delivery to occur. We need clarity, we need transparency, we need consentable pathways that aren't necessarily overly complex to actually achieve the outcome. Or we'll achieve another outcome, which is simply the MDRS default applied in locations where we may actually want a greater outcome. So we do need to be careful when we're dealing with the envelope of activity above the MDRS to make sure that we are sufficiently enabling to achieve those outcomes rather than constraining it through the burden of process. And just touching next at section 7, moving through into the qualifying matters where we have a slightly different interpretation or commentary than the council's. Te Tura Whaimana first, and I think the statement at 7.3 that I do need to make explicitly clear, we do not dispute the role of Te Tura Whaimana here. In fact, as the vision and strategy highlights, it's a lot, if you look at that document and look at the statutory objectives that we're trying to fulfil, there's a lot of alignment there. Holistic integrated management, restoration of issues from the past, trying to do those things inside our portfolio but also across the system as a whole. In terms of our response to that, while not disputing the role of Te Tura Whaimana and the outcomes that it's seeking, our interpretation is that the method that we have had promoted by the councils in respect of that actually won't achieve the purpose that the vision and strategy has laid out. It's not integrated, it's not holistic. If I take the map up there, that's pretty fragmented pink. It's not all-encompassing, it's not addressing just looking at Hamilton. It's not addressing the entire urban catchment of Hamilton. The strategy is asking us to do exactly that. Instead, we've compartmentalised Te Tura Whaimana down to a couple of very discrete issues, applied it to some locations and not all. So have we actually given effect to Te Tura Whaimana by the methods that have been adopted through the qualifying matter that's been promoted? At that point, as I've said, in our view, the overlay doesn't appropriately recognise that intensification can actually support the objectives and outcomes of Te Tura Whaimana. And to simply say that it doesn't and impose frameworks as promoted by the council through its methods, we're ending up in a situation where we're not recognising the positive contributions that intensification can provide as compared with alternatives and equally as compared with the status quo. And the vision and strategy is recognising that the status quo has caused degradation. It's actually asking us to respond to that. The methods promoted will not address that in terms of the submissions that we've put in before you. The next one, and Mr. Allen has covered this extensively from the legal perspective, but we do have some concerns around historic heritage and special character and the tests in the Act that are required to be met. Plan Change 9 in the context of Hamilton hasn't been through a process. It would be not appropriate to just assume what was notified, although notified under the auspice of Section 6. Our submissions do question that, and we will be following that through that process. But from our perspective, it wouldn't be appropriate to just simply lift and shift that into the process without actually giving it due consideration. With respect to special character, fully acknowledged, there are other matters that can form the basis for qualifying matters, and those need to be considered. As our commentary on that at this point in the process is there are tests to be met, there are site assessments to be made at the site level. To date, we haven't seen that. It is something we'd want to work with the councils on how best to do that in a collaborative manner to make sure that we're actually presenting to you at least a coherent story as opposed to disputing material facts that underlie the positions that we hold. A brief comment on urban fringe qualifying matter and the recognition of recent communication from Waikato District on that, and in that sense grateful to see that decisions being made by them. In terms of Section 8, just wrapping it up, I guess the overarching statement in the evidence is the planning framework that you're going to make recommendations on and ultimately there'll be decisions on do make material difference to delivery. Experience that we have elsewhere in the country, it's not just about the high density outcomes. The general residential environment, if I was to look at the Auckland housing program, and so I'll go off script for a second, we've been implementing that program since 2013. Yes, there's a lot of coverage around the large scale delivery program, the 26,500 houses to be delivered through the large scale program, but to date, since 2013, it has only been very recently that the tables have tipped and we're now delivering more housing inside those large scale areas. So for the past decade, virtually, we've delivered more houses outside of those locations than within them. Now that speaks to the very nature of standing up the large scale program and dealing with the infrastructure deficits that were prevalent in decisions made in 2016 being funded today. Part of that funding case puts in, well, there's a land use outcome that is desired here. It is confirmed by decisions that council has already committed to. And as a result of that, there is an infrastructure deficit at the scale that you're planning to develop. That allows organisations to come together to construct business cases for funding, both either at a council level, in conjunction with central government, or with other entities. There does need to be some level of certainty in the system. A big part and a big driver behind our submissions, for us, the land use framework and the direction that sets is very important, and making sure we have a direction that we can rely on. I won't name council names, but there are other jurisdictions where it is simply we're zoning for the capacity that we are creating as we create it. Very, very difficult to put a long-term plan and asset management structure in behind that, even harder to fund it. So for us, it's both operational elements. We do have a significant delivery program in the Waikato that we are currently moving through. It has been well Hamilton focused. It will be moving beyond Hamilton, and there are conversations happening with consent teams in both Waipā and Waikato District. But it is also broader than that in terms of the system response and making sure that the framework can allow wider objectives to be achieved, both as prescribed by the National Policy Statement Urban Development, but also as laid out by the government in terms of its government policy statement on housing and urban development as well. And at that point, I will break for questions, other than to say that the commentary that Mr. Allen has provided around our desire to work collaboratively with the councils. Yes, they hold information that without it, none of us can move forward. We do want to have those constructive discussions so that we can assist you in a most appropriate manner.
Thank you, Mr. Liggett. And I mean, it's very helpful to understand the, I guess, the dual concerns that you have, as you say, both in terms of operational matters and your own land holdings and so on within the areas, but also in terms of the policy thrust that you're looking for. Yeah. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Liggett. Just one, probably in a similar vein to what I put to Mr. Allen. I note that you record your statutory objective at paragraph 3.5 of your evidence. When I read those, I mean, your objective is definitely much broader than just building houses. it's a contribution to creation of communities and the things that are mentioned there. And it's not too much of a jump to say that many of the qualifying matters actually contribute to, you know, some of the amenities that your future communities would be experiencing. So, I mean, you accept that, you know, the matters raised by qualifying matters the councils are promoting are also important to creating communities?
I think at the highest level, fact and degree, most definitely. You know, Te Tara Whaimana has been raised as a qualifying matter. Inherently, the issues embodied in that document are fundamental to the communities, not just here, but all the way up to Taupo, into the wider Waikato catchment. So, on that point, and on others, historic heritage, where that is displayed, most definitely we have statutory objectives to protect that under Section 6. Qualifying matter as a tool to moderate against those very directive policies in the NPS, but also within the amendments to the Act. Yes, qualifying matter has a role to play in making sure that we do get well-functioning urban environments. The real question that we have with some of them, and I've only touched on two, is the methods that have been adopted by councils in applying the qualifying matter. So yes, you do, you know, it's not just build houses or build big buildings and you'll have a community. Community is much more than that, and qualifying matters have a role to play, and governments recognise that through both the policy statement but also through the legislation.
I mean, there's a fundamental difference, isn't there? And I guess it goes around the issue of sequence. I mean, it's just very broadly. The impression that I've gained so far in terms of the plan changes is there's a seeking to sequence and manage the progress towards the same outcome that in actual fact I see that you're stipulating. I think the issue that I think you're putting before us is that there's a risk that by sequencing that you forestall opportunities or you foreclose opportunities that might otherwise be realised, and particularly in terms of your operational land holdings and so on. Yep. So, I mean, that's obviously that's a dialogue that needs to happen in the background before we get to substantives.
Yeah, agree.
Yeah, okay. And I mean, it's the issue that Mr. Osborne's raised in his evidence, and to some extent, Mr. Campbell characterises in terms of his planning responses. So I guess we better hear from both of those before we can close.
Thank you. Mr. Osborne, what time would you like to break for morning tea, sir? I don't have your note in front of me.
It's quite a good prompt, thank you for that. Right, so we'll break now.
Okay. Right.
So,
in 71 minutes time.
So 20 past back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Now, we'd like to move things through a little bit more quickly, if you wouldn't mind. We certainly have read your evidence, and same as we have with Mr. Campbell's. So maybe a quick overview intro, and then we'll go straight to questions.
Tells me he has 2 points to put here.
I think with what's been said already this morning, I can narrow it right down.
Thank you.
Probably the second point is the key one. While the approaches adopted in each of the Waikato region IPIs recognise the value associated with intensified land use and the importance of spatial distribution of the residential development opportunities, I consider there is a real risk that the market outcomes from these approaches will not result in an economically efficient outcome. The key point, I think, from my evidence is that the introduction of the Amendment Act and the MDRS have moved the baseline for residential development and shifted the focus from sufficiency under the NPS to efficiency, also under the NPS, of locations. The ability for plans to facilitate development in these locations is based on the degree of relative enablement. This in turn increases certainty as to the location of this future development and provides the economic benefits outlined. Thank you.
That's what I thought you said. Yes, right. Thank you for that. Now, we may not have any specific questions, because I mean that's if you like, that's a statement of economic principle, and we recognise that that's what that is. Dave, do you have any specifics?
Just one actually, just down at 4.6, where you say, more recently, however, you're talking about capacity, etc. More recently, however, you say the market has seen and is likely to continue to see a market adjustment driven by decreasing land values and increasing construction costs. This change is likely to have material impacts on the level of feasible development over coming years. I mean, do you think that long-term projections tend to smooth out the cyclical changes, don't they? I mean, you're commenting there on a current situation. So is that going to have a long-term?
I believe the last, we're probably looking at it, the last decade has been a cycle all to itself. And I believe the long-term smoothing out, as you say, is going to find that construction costs are going to remain high, and potentially land values are going to be more in keeping with the activities that can go on them. That's been driven primarily by that low interest rates, high speculation, all these sorts of things have driven that housing market, especially in New Zealand, where that's the number one asset that people hold typically, especially in terms of retirement product and things like that. That's driven the market in the last decade. And I think what we'll find, and I mean, we've done the feasible capacity for the whole of Wellington region, and just tweaking some of those costs and some of those values has had an incredibly significant impact on the feasibility moving forward. We talk about affordable housing, I guess, and we relate that in a lot of ways to land, whereas we're finding now that the cost of building a house is unaffordable in itself. And so there needs to be a movement away from, there still needs to be choice, but there needs to be a recognition of the cost of that choice. And there needs to be some sort of movement in terms of the acceptance of the New Zealand market towards a cheaper, a smaller product, a cheaper product, a more fitting product, and one that still has, I mean, affordability in housing is an interesting term, because you can put affordable housing in the middle of nowhere and those people can't afford to get anywhere. So it needs to be provided in appropriate locations with appropriate access, appropriate amenity, all those sorts of things.
I was going to ask you about, what you saw as being an economically efficient location for housing. You probably just mentioned a couple of things that relate to that.
Yeah.
So it's not everywhere.
It's not everywhere, and I mean there is as I say, there is a balance to be had for choice. It's just about recognising as I say, the cost of that choice. But there are, I mean, centres are the access to services and centres, employment incentives, all that sort of thing is important not only for the centres but for the people who use those community facilities, let's say. And it's about being able to efficiently locate those for the largest population, so you don't have to duplicate those resources. You don't have to duplicate transportation in a large way, or libraries, for example, all those sorts of things. Expensive assets, expensive public infrastructure and network infrastructure that you're trying to use efficiently while not duplicating them everywhere.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
If I can just take you to 6.3C, where you make the statement that from an economic perspective, it's preferable to put in place now zoning enables densities that are sought in the long term, even if short or medium term constraints would delay the realisation of those densities. What are you suggesting what those short or medium term constraints might be?
So those constraints can be market constraints. It can be the feasibility of those at this point in time. One of the things that we find in the market is the market will obviously produce something that is feasible, and if where it's appropriate in the long term to put a high density product, you put a medium density zone, and the market provides that because it's restricted potentially by the zoning itself. It's very difficult to replace that with a high density product later on. You're putting more improvement value on a site.
I was really just wanting to confirm my own assumption there that when you're talking constraints, you were talking market constraints. You weren't talking regulatory constraints or plan-based constraints. Anyway.
I guess it's the result of yes those, but it is the market constraints, yes.
All right. And just second question, in terms of, I mean, in your view, what's being proposed is not economically the most efficient proposal in any of the three plan changes. Can you characterise, I guess, the degree of inefficiency or non-efficiency that you see in what's being proposed? I mean, is there a factor of 2 or 3, or what are we looking at?
It's an extremely difficult one to put an extent on. What we're looking at here is we're looking at appropriately balancing these factors. Infrastructure is a factor for Hamilton. The provision of infrastructure and the efficient provision of infrastructure and the utilisation to an extent of existing infrastructure is extremely important.
Let me just pause you there. When you say efficient infrastructure, what does that mean for you?
For me, that's about, I mean, to use an economic term that I think is fairly general, it's just about lowering that marginal cost.
Yeah, right.
And that, from a purely economic point of view, infrastructure is often seen as a sunk cost. It's already being provided. However, some of the biggest cities around New Zealand are finding now that they can't actually maintain or replace the infrastructure that's in place in centralised cities because there's not enough people there. For example, Wellington CBD is struggling with billions of dollars of infrastructure requirement, and the problem with that is not just that you've provided infrastructure elsewhere and moved people to that location, but you don't have the people in that location to provide for those. You've still got to maintain this peripheral infrastructure at the same time. That spreads your cost in the long term. So we're not just talking about purely the one-off provision of infrastructure. Sometimes the argument is, well, if it's paid for by somebody else, then it's fine. Well, that's ultimately paid for by the homeowner, obviously, and affects affordability. But it also has an impact on the marginal cost of existing infrastructure and its ability to replace it in the long term.
Yeah. And in terms of assessing that marginal cost, you take into account the headroom that councils might have in terms of debt and so on?
I think, I mean, you have to. It's a feasibility of infrastructure as well. And I mean, obviously, with the IFF and so forth, there are different mechanisms in which you can actually fund these things. Whether it's going to be accepted by the market or not is a different question altogether. You're placing a liability on a house, and whether that's tradable and what sort of reflection that is in the market is yet to play out.
Yeah. All right. Thank you for that. Questions? No? Thank you, Mr. Osborne.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. And obviously we'll... just before you go. There's been some discussion as to whether or not there should be conferencing, I think it's conferencing rather than mediation on matters of economics and so on. Would you see that? I mean, I think you probably know I sort of ran the feasible capacity work, expert conferencing on the Auckland plan. And I have some doubts as to whether that was a fruitful process. I'm able to be persuaded it was. Do you see that as a useful thing here?
I think that in terms of the direction both the council and Kanga Ora are going in the same wanting the same thing. So I think the conferencing and making sure that the base data and the material that informs that is agreed upon is quite important. Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right, that's helpful, thank you for that. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. The next and last witness is Mr. Campbell.
Last for you anyway.
Last for us.
Yes.
Correct. Speak.
Thank you.
Yes,
thank you, Mr. Campbell, and same instruction to you, if you wouldn't mind, if you could, really literally highlight, that would be helpful.
Yes, certainly, and I guess one of the advantages of being the last speaker is you've probably...
It's all been done?
All been done.
So especially from the bar.
Yes, quite. So look, I will make it very quick and maybe just make a couple of points.
Yeah.
I managed to listen in yesterday to quite a bit of the conversations, and I guess as an initial comment, and I think one of my colleagues said, I don't, from a planning point of view, I don't think there's vast differences of points from the outcomes that we're all collectively trying to achieve here. There's probably, I guess, some how you get on that journey and how you get there, the devil in the detail. And obviously you would have heard this morning that from Kanga Ora's perspective, it's open to that ongoing dialogue and engagement with the council to kind of really refine some of the outcomes that Kanga Ora are seeking to achieve, and I endorse that and confirm that we'd be happy to participate in any mediation or caucusing. Yeah. I'll take my evidence as read, but a couple of points. I guess that the main theme from my evidence really is around creating a planning framework that will deliver a compact urban form, and appreciating that there is a sort of a balancing sort of tightrope working between the MPSUD and in particular policy 3D as opposed to the MDRS standards as well. But I guess what I say in my evidence is that policy 3 and delivering policy 3 through a compact urban form around centres and corridors will create the best, I guess, a well-functioning environment for the urban areas. And then probably just to touch on Te Ture Whaimana, I think it's collectively acknowledged that that has a high status, and really its restoration and enhancement is a priority. And once again, as I touch on my evidence, I see that in terms of development intensification, that doesn't necessarily mean that you can't achieve those outcomes as long as we take a holistic view of the awa and collectively look at its enhancement. I think there are opportunities through intensification to actually contribute to that enhancement. I think I'll leave it there and happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell, appreciate that. Do you want to ask that question of
So just one question, Mr. Campbell, thank you. I put a question to Mr. Allen before about that Kanga Ora would be presumably bringing some evidence in terms of the substantive hearing to support its position in relation to Te Ture Whaimana. And just wondering whether or not that evidence would encompass some evidence from a cultural perspective in terms of whether or not the position that Kanga Ora is taking will achieve the outcome sought in terms of mana and mauri of the awa, as well as the more physical things. Are you able to help me with that?
I possibly can't confirm either way, but what I can say is that Kanga Ora have been in discussions, as I understand it, with Tainui in relation to its submission, and has been an ongoing engagement with Tainui, and I would expect that they would continue that dialogue. I'm not sure if Mr. Leggett might have a further comment, but certainly Kanga Ora has always been committed to working with iwi in relation to these planning issues.
But we don't have a position yet. Yesterday we heard from Mr. Williams, not on behalf of Waikato Tainui, but on behalf of the River Authority, saying they were reasonably comfortable with the council position, not wanting to put words in his mouth because that wasn't his word. But I guess we don't have any kind of sense of that from as yet from Mana Whenua in relation to what Kanga Ora is proposing.
I'm not aware of that, so yeah.
Mr. Leggett, do you want to add something to that? Thank you.
Yeah, definitely there is a level of engagement occurring with Waikato Tainui, and do have some understanding of the statements that would have been made yesterday in respect of that, but it is an ongoing piece of work that we have with them, and looking at, more fulsomely at Te Tura Mana in a holistic way. That's where our conversation sits at the moment and is intended to continue through this process.
So you'll update us, obviously, at the substantive hearing, presumably on that one, and you may well call some evidence on that as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Dave, do you want to ask?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Campbell. Yeah, really, I just, don't want to be banging on, but I noticed your reply, your answer to a question just before about compact urban form. It was clear that it was compaction within the existing urban area. It wasn't compact urban form equals not spreading out to the greenfields and maintaining the boundaries of existing urban areas. So it was a within as opposed to like outside and inside an urban boundary.
Correct, although I think one of the advantages of, I guess, providing greater intensification around your nodes and corridors and providing greater housing choice is to my mind at least, it reduces pressure on, I guess, expanding your urban area.
Sure.
So I guess a combination of providing for that intensification in a compact manner and providing that housing choice within that urban area.
I mean, comparing MPS and the MDRS thing, I mean, my reading of your evidence is that whereas your analysis of the MPS seems to be well supported by your, extensive planning experience, when you come to talking about MDRS, you tend to say, well, this is what the law says. We've got this sort of piece of legislation that we have to respond to, so therefore we need to do it. But there's a difference. I perceive there's a difference in your analysis between those two things.
There is. To my mind, the MPS UD outcomes, I think, are more strategic, and I guess introduce, a more of a qualitative outcome in terms of urban form. The MDRS, to my mind, is a relatively blunt tool. That's not to say it doesn't have advantages in terms of delivering houses, but I don't think it particularly is particularly strategic in terms of where that housing should be per se.
What we would expect that would be some of the discussions that will be ongoing. There may well be areas outside centres and corridors that, for example, Kanga Ora have interest in, and it'll be a matter of seeing whether they can be enabled through within the infrastructure constraints.
Yeah, that's right, and I guess I think that's where the advantage, perhaps, in the context of a large landowner like Kanga Ora is able to kind of deal with substantive areas on a kind of a large development area basis. I kind of think of some examples we've been involved in the Auckland context where Kanga Ora have had a significant land ownership in a particular area. An area that springs to mind, for example, is Northcote. And the advantage of that is obviously it's enabled, that integrated design in terms of, master planning an area, but also dealing with issues pertaining to infrastructure. In the case of an example like Northcote, that enabled them to deal with stormwater catchment issues and actually deal with those catchment issues. And as it's transpired, if you look at what happened in the recent events, that area which historically had significant flooding issues came through that flooding extremely well, because as part of that overarching large-scale development approach, they actually looked at those macro flooding issues and basically integrated those into the urban form design response.
Right. I'm glad to hear it came through well, even though it might have all ended up on the Northern Motorway.
Yeah, potentially. Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Campbell. Got a couple of questions. In your paragraph 4.10, you said, it's my view that Te Tura Whaimana requires a greater toolbox with which to address at source the generator of effects on health and well-being of Waikato River. So I just want to explore that a bit more in response to a comment that Mr. Allen made about, for an example of, say, a brownfield site that has perhaps high impervious cover, and then if you intensify that by putting a 10-storey building in. My understanding of what he was hinting at was that council, in theory, could get some money from that development to then put towards getting Te Ture Whaimana some money to perhaps spend elsewhere to provide an betterment for the river. Is that something that you see as might be something that in the toolbox?
That's a potential tool that you could use in terms of a catchment-wide basis, and but also I guess it's looking at the development itself and actually looking at means in which you can actually mitigate the effects of stormwater. So, for example, that's where I refer to things like ensuring that you're designing roofs with inert materials, so avoiding high contaminant loading materials, and that's important. But also, depending on the typology, there are ways to manage what is probably one of the biggest discharges from an urban context is motor vehicles. And if you've got an apartment typology, you have the ability, or undercroft parking, you have the ability to manage that in a better way. Or if you've got exposed sort of at-grade parking, you can also manage that through a range of stormwater quality treatment devices, both in terms of things like swales or hard devices.
But wouldn't that be generally for mitigating effects rather than providing betterment? Because this whole issue of providing betterment, is quite a tricky one. So
Sure. But I also guess when you're looking at betterment, you're basing yourself on the existing context. So you may have a site which presumably is a brownfield site, doesn't have any of that existing mitigation. So from a betterment point of view, if you reference back to what the existing context is, then actually you can say you're actually improving the quality outcomes there. And I think, once again, that kind of speaks to the point of not just necessarily looking at an intensification per se, it's actually about looking at the existing urban environment. And I guess the example I used with things like SMAF is, in some areas where they're not necessarily redeveloping the site, but they are doing some upgrading, is the ability to enhance stormwater through that approach of existing land uses which don't change, but you can actually get some quality outcomes in terms of the discharges.
In terms of that side of it, do you see that Kanga Ora will be presenting technical evidence on stormwater at the substantive hearing?
As I understand it, we are looking to submit some engineering evidence.
Okay, good, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Campbell. The only other comment, it's a similar comment, I think, to one I made Mr. Osborne, is no, maybe it wasn't Mr. Osborne. Anyway, let me make it. In terms of Friday week's discussion on topics for mediation or whatever, conferencing, do you have any sort of thoughts on that, or have you provided thoughts through to Mr. Allen that he can bring forward next week? Useful topics and so on that you think might be helpful? That's right, you don't have to do that now. It's really just a prompt, really, just as part of that conversation. In case Mr. Allen wasn't going to refer to you. Yes, right.
Thank you for your assistance, sir.
Yeah, right. Thank you, Mr. Allen. Thank you for the team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Yes. Right, I think now we're going to Teams, aren't we? Teams, we've got two sessions. We have the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development and PVHL. And I don't know where's MHUD's legal subs? You're not, your mic's not on at the moment.
Fix that. Bear with me one moment while I sort this out.
No, we've got you now.
Aha, here we are. Excellent.
Right.
Loud and clear.
I'm not sure what, have you had the opportunity to listen to any of the conversations over the last day or so?
I have. I've had the benefit of listening to the presentation, or the vast majority of the presentation by Kanga Ora, so I'm aware of the matters that have been raised, discussed, the need for speed, et al.
Excellent. Well, goodbye then.
I'm not quite that quick, perhaps,
right,
Mr. Chair. But without further ado, if I may crack in. I ngā mana, i ngā reo, i ngā rauranga tirama, tēnā koutou, ko Aidan Cameron, tōku ingoa, ko Aotearoa mō te Tuā Papa Kura Kāinga. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, my name is Aidan Cameron. I am Counsel for the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development, te Tuā Papa Kura Kāinga. Now, I filed very brief legal submissions on the 10th to set the scene and provide an overview of HUD's submission. I take it that I'm allowed to treat those submissions as read and at the high point.
Absolutely. Thank you.
I should note that I wasn't able to observe discussions yesterday, so if there are matters where I trod over old ground, please forgive me. And as I say, I've had the benefit of listening to my learned friend Mr. Allen this morning. It won't surprise anyone to know that as regards common issues in the submissions, there is alignment between HUD and Kanga Ora, and so I won't endeavour to repeat the points that he has already so eloquently made. Turning to the submissions themselves, and at paragraphs 4 and 5, this is at the bottom of page 1, I note the statutory objectives of HUD to lead the New Zealand Government's Housing and Urban Development Work Programme and its responsibilities for strategy, policy, funding, monitoring and regulation of New Zealand's housing and urban development system. It's easy to see in that context where the synergies between HUD and Kanga Ora sit. They occupy slightly different spaces in the regulatory system. At paragraph 5, I note HUD's particular interest in these variations and plan changes arising out of its co-lead role in developing the National Policy Statement on Urban Development, the Enabling Housing Supply and Other Actors Amendment Act, and overseeing their implementation. Over the page at paragraphs 7 and 8, I also refer to another document that HUD is responsible for, namely the Government Policy Statement on Housing and Urban Development, which sets the direction for housing and urban development in New Zealand and provides an overarching vision. And I say, while that document has no formal status under the RMA, it is an important expression in my submission of the current government's policy directives and intentions for housing and urban development. At paragraph 9, I note that HUD has lodged 2 very focused submissions which relate exclusively to qualifying matters raised in the scope of these planning processes. And really it boils down to 2 issues, which I note at paragraph 11. For variation 3, that is the urban fringe qualifying matter, and for plan change 12, the infrastructure overlay. And at paragraph 12, I note that the relief sought by HUD for variation 3 is the removal of the urban fringe qualifying matter, and for plan change 12 is to carefully review the ambit and scope of the infrastructure overlay to confirm that it effectively restricts only as far as is necessary to achieve its purpose and to ensure compliance. And I heard the discussion with Mr. Allen today. I'm sure that the parties are aligned on that front. HUD welcomes the opportunity to be involved in those discussions. But its clear position is that any restrictions relating to infrastructure in order to support and revitalise the awa need to be very carefully targeted to managing effects on the awa itself and to define mana as a statutory document. Over the page at page 3, I turn to the urban fringe qualifying matter, and I know this has been the subject of some discussion earlier, and I can appreciate the conundrum faced by council, which is sort of evident in Mr. Evanhoe, and I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, statements in his evidence at paragraphs 89 to 93. I detect a strong sense of buyer's remorse in that evidence, and as acknowledged in Council for Waikato District Council submissions, the issue has become somewhat of a lightning rod for debate between parties who oppose the application of MDRSs altogether and those parties who seek to ensure that the MPSUD is given proper effect and that the MDRSs are implemented where appropriate. And I have said in my submissions that in circumstances where the council will not be pursuing the urban fringe itself as a qualifying matter, and has reached the view, at least implicitly from what I take the evidence to be, that the proposed matter doesn't meet the legal tests in section 77I and L, ordinarily the proper course of action would be to withdraw the qualifying matter. And to use another metaphor, to maintain the status quo and allow it to go through the course would be to sell false hope to submit, many of whom are lay people and won't necessarily understand the niceties of the very narrow scope of qualifying matters. I acknowledge the submissions made by Ms Parham and Ms Gregory to the Council in relation to section 80G paragraph 1C, which prevents a council from withdrawing an IPI. And I took that submission to say that from council's perspective it cannot withdraw part of the IPI. That might be a matter on which the panel wish to receive some expert input if it can, or some further submissions, but just a couple of points that I might raise in response. The council's submission requires the reading in of the words or part thereof into section 80G 1C, and it's a canon of statutory interpretation that great care must be taken before words are read into a statute. It's either got to cure an absurdity or arise by necessary implication. But otherwise, your task is to take the words on their face and interpret them in light of their purpose. It's somewhat complicated. I've referred in my submissions to two decisions of the High Court where that express or that implied power to withdraw part of a proposed policy statement or plan was read into, in that case, clause 8D of Schedule 1, on the basis that if you can withdraw all of a plan, surely if the greater power includes the lesser, you must be able to withdraw part of the plan as well. And that arises in particular in the judgment of the full court in West Coast Regional Council at paragraph 49, where the court said you have to carefully examine the power, or in this case today, the limit within both the overall scheme and purpose of the legislation to determine whether or not that is an appropriate limit. So that's really my first point. And to drill down into it, and forgive me if this is a bit of a 101, but I see what that particular section of the Act is aimed at as being a completely altogether mischief that Parliament is trying to resolve, to avoid, in effect, a district council notifying an IPI and saying, great, we've complied with our obligations under Section 80F, this is all wonderful, and then immediately pulling the rug out of it, everybody's feet, and withdrawing it and saying its obligations are complete. That's a quite different situation from the present circumstance where an IPI has been notified, submissions have been lodged which say part of that IPI is not correct as a statement of law or ought not to be carried through on an issue of law. And that's why in my submission, Parliament quite deliberately used the words withdraw the IPI in section 80G. And I'm also drawn back to the procedural principles in the Act, and this is at section 18A of the RMA, which requires you as decision makers to take all practicable steps to use timely, efficient, consistent and cost-effective procedures proportionate to the powers and functions that you're required to exercise. And this is really the point I make at paragraph 16 of my submissions on page 3. At what point is there in encouraging a debate over provisions that ultimately have no legal basis? How could that be timely, efficient, consistent and cost-effective? And I say, on a proper reading of section 80G and a propulsive reading, the power to withdraw the urban fringe qualifying matter remains open to the District Council. Now, I appreciate that a decision that the District Council has to take for itself. It's not something that you can force the Council to do, but I am concerned that this issue doesn't end up unnecessarily attracting and ultimately wasting time, cost and effort of parties. It might be a circumstance in which it's appropriate to give some interim guidance, a la what was adopted during the Auckland Unitary Plan Independent Hearings Panel process, where issues like this popped up from time to time, and the panel, rather than leaving everybody waiting with bated breath, let them know what their interim thinking on those issues was. And I suggest that that could be an option here, but accept that it's fundamentally a decision for the District Council to make. And so that's why no direction is sought from the panel at this stage.
Tēnā koe, Mr. Cameron. Just before you move off that topic, yesterday we had a discussion with Council for Waikato about your submission on that point, and one response we received, and Council for Waikato can forgive me if I'm paraphrasing it wrong, but they indicated that they understood that you were relying on that case law around clause 8D in terms of the ability to withdraw part of a plan change, but that clause 8D is not listed in section 95(2) of Schedule 1, and therefore it does not apply to an IPI. So in the submission that we heard yesterday, they said that there's actually no legal ability to withdraw a part of an IPI. So obviously this is something you're just hearing now, but wanted to put that to you to consider, and you might need to come back to us on that, but that's certainly the submission we received yesterday.
Yeah, I can possibly give an off-the-cuff response with the opportunity to return back in writing in the event that anything else pops into mind. I accept that the way in which this has ultimately come to be has created some real difficulties for Council, and that perhaps this particular situation wasn't envisaged at the time the Enabling Housing Supply Act was drafted. As to the particular point in the relationship between the provisions of Schedule 1 that apply and don't apply, I'd need to give some further thought to. But I would have thought that there could be a clearer, there could be a way in which clearer direction and guidance could be given, particularly to submitters and particularly to lay submitters, who may be investing significant time and effort of their own in this process. As I said, potentially only to be disappointed that fundamentally the panel decides, look, we just don't have jurisdiction to impose a qualifying matter on that basis. And so you end up hearing a lot of evidence and a lot of submissions that really don't take the matter much further, and would result in an inefficient and ultimately not particularly cost-effective process. So perhaps it's something that I noted in the written submissions. I looked forward to the District Council confirming exactly what it was going to do with the urban fringe qualifying matter, because it seemed to me to be slightly in a state of flux. There are a range of options that it could adopt, which would provide a much clearer signal particularly to plan participants, to say, effectively, if you are wanting to pursue this matter, the position the council is taking is that it's not legally supportable, and so ought to be left well alone. But you are fighting alone, basically. And that signal may be important to people who otherwise think, well, it's in the notified plan, so surely I'm entitled to rely upon it.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. And just for your information, the panel has started talking about an interim guidance note precisely on this point, and we're looking to probably draft something up next week, maybe, and so we'll see what happens on that one.
Excellent. Just briefly on the infrastructure overlay, and you've heard from Mr. Allen today, HUD's position is not altogether different on that point. I just wanted to identify in particular 3 features of the overlay that HUD has said raised some concerns. And one was related to a point Mr. Allen made, that the overlay only applies to certain areas. For example, it doesn't apply to the city centre. But there's not a very clear understanding or rationale as to why that is, and I think that's one of the issues that can be worked through in those discussions to take place in the weeks and months ahead. Another, which is identified in the submission, is the need for an infrastructure assessment in the general residential zone where more than 1 unit per 200 square metres is proposed. HUD identifies that as almost acting as a density standard by stealth, and something to be careful about. And then another point that Mr. Allen touched on, the link between capacity assessments and impacts on the OA needs to be clearer. And I think with more information, particularly from council, I'm sure that will help to identify whether there is something that requires addressing through a qualifying matter, or if, as Mr. Allen submits, really these matters can be addressed through the usual principles that apply to particularly comprehensive developments around providing proper, in particular, stormwater infrastructure into the development and requiring high standards of compliance on that front. Just on your point, Commissioner Morrison-Shaw, about the impacts on the mana and modi of the awa, I was drawn back to an earlier time in my life when I spent a bit of time in Hamilton with the chair on Te Awa Lakes Private Plan Change 2 to what is now the operative Hamilton City District Plan. And there was quite a lot of evidence delivered through that process from mana whenua, in particular Kaumata Kuia, about the benefits of reconnecting with the awa through intensive residential development, which is effectively what was enabled through that plan change, as opposed to the status quo in an area which is at that time was zoned for general industrial use. So I think if there is to be a discussion that looks at mana and modi of the awa, I think it has to be broader than the usual biophysical effects, or even the tikanga associated with those biophysical effects on the awa. And it needs to look at more broader concepts about reconnection, about the aspirations of not only Waikato Tainui, but hapu whānau in relation to those areas, and in particular how through implementing the MPSUD, ultimately we end up in a situation where the mana and the modi of the river is enhanced by encouraging, so it's not necessarily incompatible, but encouraging a more intensive land use in these areas.
So just to jump in there, in terms of that, am I right in thinking that you're saying that there could be other advantages from opening it up, such as increasing accessibility to areas of the river that had previously been private land and inaccessible, and that sort of helps to re-establish the connection and the relationship between mana whenua and the awa?
Aye, and that was, the Chair will recall, a strong theme of the evidence that came through from mana whenua during those hearings.
Helpful, thank you.
Unless I have So those are the only points I really wanted to make. Those are the submissions, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cameron. I'm not sure.
One.
One. Apparently one. Then.
Just one, a very easy one. In paragraph 8, you refer to the government policy statement on housing and urban development, and you mentioned that it has no formal status under the RMA. Just wondering, you've obviously drawn our attention to it. Is it something you think is a relevant matter for us as decision makers to consider when we're making our decisions on this or making our recommendations on this plan change?
The short answer is yes. The slightly longer answer is that it's referenced in the HUD submission, and I think the HUD submission draws in particular on aspects of the GPS. I haven't endeavoured to summarise them in the submissions, but when you're considering the relief sought by HUD and the rationale for it, I do say that the GPS sits neatly within the core of what HUD is and what it is asking for through this process.
Tēnā koe.
All right, thank you, Mr. Cameron, and thank you for reminding me of PC2. I'd forgotten all about that.
Such a long time ago. I bet Mr. Muldowney hasn't forgotten.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you all. I'll take my leave.
Right. Now, I think we move now to PVHL, if PVHL wants to. And Stora.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Stora, welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay? I got a little bit of feedback then.
No, you're coming through without feedback here.
Excellent, thank you. So my name's Kate Stora. I'm Council for Pōkeno Village Holdings Limited. I have Steph McDonald here, just off screen, my junior. PVHL is a subsidiary of Hilton Hogan and Dines Group. It is, you might call it the architect of the modern Pōkeno. It was the developer of the Pōkeno Village Estate and Gateway Business Park. And while PVHL has essentially completed its development program in Pōkeno, it maintains an interest in the future of the town. Its particular interest at present is the Havelock development and the extent to which it is an appropriate use of the site. So for these purposes, our interest is in variation 3. You have my submissions already, but the purpose of these is to address really two preliminary matters, being the extent to which variation 3 will or can amend the planning provisions that apply to the Havelock site, the precinct provisions, and also the interrelationship with the plan appeals. So on that, I have had the opportunity to catch up with the presentations from Havelock, Sinlay and the District Council yesterday. So obviously I'm very much aware that things have moved on a bit. So I'll depart from my submissions to the extent necessary. And just before we get to that, section 2 of my submissions is a bit of a background as to the detail of what PVHL's interest is and events that have led us to this point. I thought that would be useful for you coming to this fresh. So if you would like me to take you through that now, I can.
I think it's fairly well explained, Ms. Dora. I don't think we need to go there unless you really want to go there.
Okay, no problem. We'll move on to the, I mean, I suppose the thing to say really is that PVHL was heavily involved in the district plan council hearing process, is a 274 party to the various appeals. Its particular interests are in the extent to which there should be any rezoning to enable urban development on the Havelock site, and if there is, what the precinct provisions should look like, in particular what the industry buffer provisions should look like. So in terms of the substantive issues and qualifying matters in particular, so the urban fringe, obviously that has the effect of excluding the NDRS from the Havelock site. Obviously we've moved on a bit. Without the urban fringe, the context for the Havelock site is quite different. And so for the same reasons as others have indicated, we absolutely support the suggestion that there be some kind of interim direction on where the, what's happening with the urban fringe, and I understand that that's something that you're looking at. Yeah. In terms of qualifying matters generally, the next part of my submissions addressed the assertion by Havelock that a qualifying matter needed to be a matter of national importance. I understand that Councillor for Havelock has reneged from that position, so I can skip over that.
She qualified it with the word significant, similar to, I think, is really where she was headed.
Yeah, I don't disagree that there has to be, that it has to be commensurate with the development imperative, but the point is that you're doing a site-by-site, case-by-case analysis, which might elevate matters that wouldn't otherwise be a matter of national significance. Yeah. So in terms of qualifying matters in the Havelock precinct, at 3.10 onwards of my submissions, I identify the precinct provisions that were included in the decisions version of the proposed plan, which concern height and density, and would need to be carried over into a qualifying matter assessment as a bare minimum. And I note that the council is doing this now that the urban fringe is possibly no longer. But I will come back to that in a minute, because of course we say that those provisions as set out in the decision are not adequate. In terms of the relationship with the appeals, first of all, I think there's agreement from all parties that questions of zoning are matters for the Environment Court alone. Doesn't seem to be any disagreement about that. It becomes more complex when we think about the parts of the appeals that seek amendments to the precinct provisions. And really our particular concern, which I think was shared with Sinlay, was that that appeals seeking that the precinct provisions should be strengthened shouldn't fall through the cracks, because, and that, as we saw it, that might occur if both the panel and the Environment Court were to successively determine that they didn't have the scope or jurisdiction to consider beefing up those provisions. And in particular, that's around the Pocono industry buffer provisions, which we say were, while the decision is very clear about what was intended, we say that the actual provisions really don't do the job as intended. So that was the concern. I think it's more apparent than real, because in terms of section 77I, the panel has jurisdiction to consider what are the appropriate rules that are necessary to accommodate qualifying matter. And in our view, that could include making the industry buffer provisions more restrictive than the proposed plan to ensure they're effective. And although the directive in 77L is to consider the options that achieve the greatest heights and density while still managing the qualifying matter, I think in circumstances where there's a good reason to exclude all development, you could still end up with provisions that do that. I think the point I'm making here is that I don't think there's any disagreement that that is what was intended, even in terms of Havelock's position. It's just a question of whether the provisions are worded in a way and include the necessary material to do the job. And another really important point here is that, as Mrs. Gregory observed yesterday, all of the precinct provisions for the Havelock precinct were determined with reference to the development that could occur in the general residential zone. So there's a real question about whether they would be sufficient in the MDRZ. So it may well be that you actually need more stringent provisions if the MDRS are to apply. So an example there is if you're going to enable more height in the areas around the industry buffer, potentially the view shafts and areas that would give rise to a reverse sensitivity issue might be bigger than was identified through the decisions that the hearing process on the proposed plan. So that's obviously a matter that's going to need to be addressed in evidence. And then in terms of the suggestion by, so Havelock yesterday, I understand the frustration that they have, been through a lengthy process and there is a package of provisions and now the apple cart is being upturned a little bit, but I agree with Mrs. Gregory that unfortunately we are in a slightly different legislative context at this point, and what can be done about that is relatively limited. In terms of the suggestion that there could be expert conferencing on the Havelock precinct provisions, and that a package could be worked up by the parties to present to the panel, I think PVHL is not averse to discussions about such matters without prejudice to the zoning question. That will obviously be a matter for the Environment Court. But I think the problem or the issue that arises is how the parties are supposed to make informed decisions about what might be appropriate precinct provisions in the absence of certainty about, firstly, what other qualifying matters the council might identify, which would affect the extent of the MDRS on the site, so infrastructure being a big one. And in that regard, we are very much aware of the stormwater infrastructure issues in particular in Pocono. That was an issue that was raised through the council process. There are already stormwater issues in Pocono, and I think I didn't hear it, but I got the sense that Mr. Allen this morning might have suggested that that's not an issue that really needs to be considered here, and it's just a case of developers need to demonstrate that they can do what's required on a case-by-case basis. I think the important thing for Pocono is that there is already an issue. There are already flooding issues, and the council, in our view, the council needs to do that work to really carefully consider what additional development can realistically be enabled in light of this new intensification imperative. So that's the first issue. And then the second thing is, at present, we really don't have much of an idea about what the Havelock precinct would look like with the MDRS applied. So, as I said before, it might be appropriate to have a bigger industry buffer area, but we don't know that. You know, we haven't got the visuals that we had for the council hearing and so on. So it might be that there's a bit of work for Havelock to do if they want to go sort of proceed down that path. And so I think in that sense, the ball needs to be in Havelock's court. The last point I'd make on this issue is that I absolutely take Havelock's point that the parties, there were more parties involved in the appeals or in the council decision process, and in fact in the appeals, than are present in the variation process. In particular, the iwi, Ngāti Tiata and Ngāti Tamaho, and the Pocono Community Committee being the ones that particularly come to mind. I think that their absence is probably a reflection of these issues being extremely complex and you know, possibly not contemplating that this, rather than the appeals, might be the forum where issues around the precinct provisions are thrashed out. So I wonder whether one option that could be considered is, you know, inviting or signalling to those parties that a late submission wouldn't be opposed, as I understand that the council was proposing to do in respect of first gas, and at least that would you know, give them the opportunity to involve themselves in the process if they were minded to do so. And then the only other point that I'd make, which may well be obvious to all at this point, but I think there may remain some disagreement between the council and ourselves, for example, in respect of the scope of the Environment Court's jurisdiction to look at the precinct provisions for the Havelock site. But my submission is that that's not a matter that you need concern yourselves with. That I think the scope of your jurisdiction is clear, and to the extent that the Environment Court considers that it can kind of delve into the density or related precinct provisions at the appeal stage alongside the zoning questions, that's essentially a matter for the Environment Court that can be addressed later in court, essentially. So that's it, really. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Storer. If I can just go back to the proposition that Ms. Evatt gave us, that there might be expert conferencing with respect to the provisions.
Yeah.
I guess the problems that you've posed are going to be problems similarly for Havelock, aren't they? I'm just looking at the reality.
I would have thought so.
I mean, you've sort of palmed them off, but they don't go any further, basically, at that point. So are you really saying that there is no, there would be no point in expert conferencing, because some of these issues can't be determined until we determine them, or at least council finally determines them, I suppose?
I think, yes, the infrastructure one seems to me to be a pretty big barrier, which may well be fatal, I think. It depends, I mean, it really depends how quickly the council could do that analysis to give a signal as to what extent an infrastructure qualifying matter might apply. In respect of the other issue being the implications of the NDRS for reverse sensitivity and visual effects on the Havelock site, that might be a task for Havelock to you know, do the analysis and produce some materials that would show what it would look like that our experts can respond to.
All right. Thank you for that. Did you want, Nigel? All right, thank you, Mr. Ora. Appreciate your time this morning, or this afternoon.
Thank you.
Right. Okay. Mr. Manhennick, did you want to start now or start after an earlier lunch?
It'd certainly be our preference to start now. I expect our presentation will be reasonably limited, so I should be able to get it done.
Well, they're all limited. The question is how limited. Yeah, no, come forward. Yeah, yeah. Right.
Excellent.
Afternoon.
Kia ora koutou katoa, Daniel Manhennick, tōku ingoa. Good afternoon, Commissioners. We have, for Fonterra, have pre-exchanged some evidence from Ms O'Rourke, who is sitting next to me, and from Mr Matheson behind me. Also, my legal submissions sought to succinctly address the key reason that Fonterra is presenting at this preliminary hearing. And so Fonterra has made a submission on a range of different aspects of the Hamilton and Waipā plan changes that it supports or changes it seeks to those. But the key additional, more substantive point is really around the request for a new qualifying matter in relation to reverse sensitivity in the Waipā district. And so you would have seen in the evidence from Ms O'Rourke, in particular, an explanation of the approach that Fonterra takes right across the country with its network of dairy manufacturing sites to ensure that this issue of land use and compatibility and the risks around reverse sensitivity are appropriately addressed. And so it is one where the appropriate zoning and density provided through that zoning is one part of that package, as well as noise control boundaries, acoustic insulation and the like. And so the plan changes do carry through the acoustic insulation requirements, for example, but the key challenge is in particular at the Te Awamutu site, where there is residential that is currently low density in the absolute immediate proximity of that dairy manufacturing site, is well within the noise contour. And so it is a concern that essentially enabling a tripling of that density in that really close proximity does create a significant or exacerbate that land use incompatibility and does create a series of real challenges for Fonterra. You would have seen in Mr Matheson's evidence and in my legal submissions the importance that at regional level is given to Fonterra's role in terms of regionally significant industry, as well as the recognition of reverse sensitivity as a key issue. And so it's in that context, as well as in the context of Objective 1 of the MPSUD that looks at well-functioning urban environments. And in my submission, this question of land use compatibility is a critical planning consideration as far as what constitutes a well-functioning urban environment, that it is absolutely appropriate that there be real consideration given to what level of density of residential development is enabled within that close proximity. In terms of the difference between Waipā and Hamilton, the two plan changes do take slightly different approaches as to how they approach qualifying matters, but equally it's more that the physical question, in that in the immediate vicinity of Te Rapa dairy factory, as in within the noise control boundary, there isn't that existing residential zoning, whereas within Te Awamutu in particular, there is. And so that is the greatest concern for Fonterra. Mr Chair, you were involved in Te Awa Lakes, and Fonterra was also heavily involved in that process, and you'd have seen the evidence that we have addressed on some of the concerns in that regard. But for the context of this hearing process, it's focusing on that absolute immediate proximity as in within the noise control boundary. And then the final point that I really wish to address is that Fonterra is not seeking a completely novel approach. You'd have seen the evidence that it's essentially taking the same approach that is being used as far as some of the other incompatible land use type qualifying matters within Waipā, which is to enable 2 dwellings rather than 3. And so that still does reflect an additional level of intensification compared to the current planning provisions, but just not to the full extent of the MDRS. And so that is seeking to acknowledge that there is a consistency as far as how this issue of reverse sensitivity is addressed across the Waipā District, as well as reflecting that the current provisions in the immediate vicinity of Te Awamutu provide for an ancillary unit as well as a primary unit, and so have been, I guess, more generous in saying, well, let's just say that it's 2 units. And so I think that really sums up Fonterra's approach and why we are here. Was going to have Ms. O'Rourke briefly speak to the key points from her evidence, and happy to go straight to her and then have questions collectively at the end, or if you prefer, I'm very happy to take questions now.
No, Ms. O'Rourke, if you want to just touch and run on a couple of matters, by all means, do so.
Thank you. Kia ora, Suzanne O'Rourke. Hi, I'm here representing Fonterra. So really briefly, I just note that we have 3 key assets affected by the intensification planning instruments, Te Rapa and Hamilton City, and Hautapu and Te Awamutu in the Waipā District. So those assets are significant for us. They employ over 1,300 people. We looked at collectively process over 14 million litres of milk daily during our peak season, and have 20 different plants that produce products such as milk powder, butter, cream and protein concentrates. Also within Waipā, we have a dry store facility and logistics hub at Te Awamutu, and spray irrigation activities on adjacent farms in Hautapu. So at a high level, we support urban growth and recognising that enabling housing supply and intensification is a necessary step in response to national direction under the NPSUD. However, we're seeking further refinement to ensure that urban development and intensification occurs in a manner that minimises land use conflicts as far as practicable, including avoiding or minimising the potential for reverse sensitivity effects. So I'm sure you're all very familiar with reverse sensitivity effects, so I'll just skip over that, that paragraph there. I talked to that, but obviously we are supportive of policy frameworks that protect our existing assets from more sensitive activities. So this includes noise control boundaries, which are in place around our sites, as mentioned, and requiring sensitive activities within those boundaries to be acoustically tree insulated. And we also support establishing appropriate zoning and controls to limit sensitive development near industrial activities. So both PC12 and PC26 support those current noise control boundaries and acoustic insulation. However, in the case of PC26, we're seeking reverse sensitivity be included as a qualifying matter to ensure there is not excessive intensification around the Te Awamutu and the Hautapu sites. This will still allow for intensification around those dairy factories, but not to the extent contemplated. So Fonterra is seeking specific protection from reverse sensitivity effects through its relief to ensure its activities can continue to operate with certainty and have confidence its long-term investment is protected within Hamilton City and Waipā District. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Obviously, this is something additional to what's contained in the plan change already. So, just as a matter of interest, did you ask for this, when it was being formulated, or you didn't have the opportunity, or sort of, because it does seem to be something that is, reasonably obvious to at least seek.
Do you mean in preparation
Yes.
of the plan change
Yes.
itself?
Yes.
Not as part of that process. No, we obviously included it in our submission.
Right.
As an issue we were seeking.
Right. Thank you.
Yeah, and I think on that, I'm not aware that Fonterra was specifically consulted in the preparation.
Okay.
I guess
I understand, I mean, everything was done under pressure very quickly. So
absolutely.
you know.
And it's certainly not intended to be a criticism of the council in that respect. Everyone is under extreme time pressure through this process.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, there are two issues that we'll deal with eventually. And one is whether reverse sensitivity per se should be a QM, and the other is what it should look like in terms of that. Now, I'm assuming that when we get to the substantives, you'll be bringing forward the evidence for Y2 rather than 3, other than the fact that Waipā has that rule already in effect. Since it isn't just on the face of it obvious to me what having 2 dwellings in that area rather than 3 difference is going to make, but we'll deal with that in the substantives, I guess.
Certainly, and that's something that has been addressed by Fonterra and other processes around the country, and it is a numbers game and of sorts as far as the more sensitive activities you get, the greater the risk, and so it's why, for example, there isn't a situation, well, even if it's rural zoned in the vicinity, there will be some houses that establish, so it's not a absolute zero risk approach to it, but it's recognition that it is a numbers game in that respect. But certainly that's the intention with Fonterra's case, that through the later hearings there will be substantive evidence on those matters.
Yeah, that's good. Well, very clear. Thank you very much for...
Excellent. We'll have Mr Matheson now briefly address you in terms of his planning evidence.
Okay.
And probably the other point I would raise in terms of the question around why 2 and not 3 sites, and there is a situation where the critical issue is the Te Awamutu site because of the residential zoning in its vicinity, and so then looking at how we approach the issue of a qualifying matter within Waipā District with the approach that that council has taken, where it's that the whole district is framed as either within the qualifying matter or outside, it then didn't make sense, although Hautapu doesn't have residential zoned land in its immediate vicinity at the moment, it doesn't seem to make sense intuitively to say there isn't a potential reverse sensitivity issue there, and so it's a future-proofing issue as much as anything in relation to that site. And that's certainly something that we'll explain as we move forward. And the other point as far as whether reverse sensitivity per se is the correct qualifying matter, the particular label from Fonterra's perspective isn't a real concern. It's really if it's a regionally significant industry related qualifying matter, it is still the same issue. So the label itself is not so much the issue as the substance of what is sought.
Yeah. All right, thank you. Right, Mr Matheson, take us quickly to lunch.
Yeah, Craig Matheson, planning. So as Ms O'Rourke and Mr Mahinik has pointed out, the Te Awamutu sites and the Hautapu sites are recognised in the Waipā District Plan and as regionally significant industry under the Regional Policy Statement. I consider the Regional Policy Statement has clear directives related to the importance of regionally significant infrastructure, which includes provisions that seek to minimise land use conflicts and the potential for reverse sensitivity effects. The use of the word potential, in my opinion, is notable. It's hard to quantify prior to a development occurring. It's not in effect basically until it is. I think the RPS provisions for reverse sensitivity direct that where there is potential for this adverse effect to occur, that it should be actively minimised. I consider the separation of incompatible land use as a fundamental planning principle, with reverse sensitivity also being an adverse effect recognised under the Resource Management Act. So Fonterra, we're not against intensification, but I consider that this needs to occur in an appropriate location. The reverse sensitivity qualifying matter that I'm talking about at the moment is needed to manage potential reverse sensitivity effects. As Mr Mahinik has pointed out, we seek to reduce application of those MDRS to 2 dwellings rather than 3, which would apply within that noise contour boundary. I consider that this strikes an appropriate balance between the need of increasing housing supply through intensification whilst also reducing the potential for reverse sensitivity effects on Fonterra's existing Hautapu and Te Awamutu assets. I think it's not too dissimilar to the infrastructure constraint qualifying matter currently proposed under Plan Change 26, with these activities being effects generating activities and it being fairly obvious that sensitive activities located in close proximity to them would be a clear example of an incompatible land use. I consider that Fonterra's regionally significant industry, their assets, should not be considered any different to that. So reverse sensitivity is an appropriate qualifying matter. Incompatible land use should be separated. It is a fundamental reason for sound planning practice. Internalising all of its effects is not practical. There are effects such as heavy traffic movements, discharges, tall structures that could be visually displeasing to an adjoining residential neighbour. The consequences of not considering reverse sensitivity appropriately for Fonterra means that an increased density adjacent to their assets, the increased number of people that live there, people that could potentially complain, which Fonterra have to explore further, notification of resource consents and submissions on those resource consents. This could result in a limitation of their operations, could result in a limitation of their ability to further develop their sites, and in a worst case scenario, a call to relocate their sites elsewhere. So to conclude, to summarise, the regional policy statement provisions for reverse sensitivity directs that where there is potential for reverse sensitivity, this should be actively minimised. The qualifying matter that we are seeking is similar to the Plan Change 26 with respect to infrastructure constraints. It will still enable intensification, but to a level that is appropriate, and it strikes the appropriate balance between the need to increase housing supply and the need to consider reverse sensitivity effects on Fonterra's existing assets. That's me.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Masson. Just curious, how wide a band are you proposing in terms of the 2 rather than 3 dwellings?
How do you mean?
Well, you're applying it to presumably to a width of some sort, or the
within
noise
that,
boundary, or
within that existing noise content boundary.
That's what I thought you were doing.
Yeah.
Okay. And that noise control boundary goes how far roughly from the edge of the premise?
Roughly, I don't know exactly.
Okay. We'll get there in due course. That's fine. It's just you might have had it in your head. That's fine.
Yeah, I was going to ask the same question, sort of like, I mean, that's a matter of detail for a later hearing, but, you know, what is the sort of extent of that? And, I mean, what's the nature of that sensitivity in the interface in terms of, like, complaints and that historically experienced?
Yeah, precisely. I'm sure Suzanne can speak on that a bit more, but, yeah, it's just Fonterra's, they can't internalise all their effects. They're, you know, as I say, the heavy traffic movements, their discharges, their things of that nature that cannot be internalised. People that expect a higher level of amenity seek to impose that on Fonterra's sites, you know, and consider that, you know, which provides an avenue for complaints which, you know, Fonterra have to explore further, could result in submissions on resource consent applications and ultimately result in a limitation of operations, ability to develop, and obviously as a worst case, relocation.
And I think just building on that, some of the examples provided in Fonterra's evidence talk to the Te Awa Lakes example where despite that developer suggesting that there was no reverse sensitivity effect concern with their proposed plan change, at the same time essentially as Fonterra sought a reconsent, there were submissions by that developer at that stage seeking that all effects be internalised. So that's one example about the additional hurdles. There's also the Te Awamutu example where the operating parameters are far more constrained than other greenfields type locations for Fonterra. And so those are ways in which it does play out in real time, in addition to the complaints, the additional internal and potentially external costs associated with responding to each of those matters and the like.
So the effects are just noise, or we've got air quality as well?
There's a range, correct. So it is more than just a noise issue.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
No? Just an aside too, appeals to good planning practice are probably misplaced in this particular instance, since seems to be a contradiction in terms with respect to the current legislation.
Yeah, we're all hamstrung to some extent by the legislation, but
Yeah.
I think to the extent that the MPSUD, for example, does refer to well-functioning urban environments, there still is, and while it's more limited as far as for qualifying matters and enhanced Section 32 analysis and the like, some of those core planning principles do still have a part to play.
Yep. And the rest of the MPSUD also has a part to play.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. Right. All right. I think. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your time this morning. This afternoon. We're now going to take a break. I think we've got 2 more submissions to have, but I think we'll be running on a bit. So let's have a truncated lunch. And let's be back at 1:30, shall we, just to conclude for the day. Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody. Let's resume the hearing. And Mr. Jones, I understand you're to address us. And I see that there's a prodigious amount of material which you're not going to take us through in detail.
No, absolutely not.
Thank you. That's good. We have your submission before us, and so what do you want to tell us?
Thank you. I'm representing myself. As a concerned citizen, I've been involved in making numerous submissions to the City Council over about the last 15 years. And my primary concern is affordable housing, and the assumptions that the planners are taking for housing, I doubt very much whether they will materialise. I've travelled extensively around the world, and I've seen the effect of a housing bubble in both Ireland and Portugal, and I've seen the effect of a crash. So I'd just like to take you through a little bit of the stuff that I've found. Unfortunately, one of the key bits of evidence I was hoping to present today, the council came back this morning and asked a third extension of time to provide it. So if I just read you through, and what I've done is I've given you evidence that's the evidence I've attached. So a lot of it is actually very, very relevant. It goes back to about mid-2000s and how the planning regime came about in Hamilton and why we've got a housing crisis at the moment. So the well-being of society is directly related to affordable housing. Plan Change 9 and 12 are required for Hamilton City to comply with their legal requirements with regards to the MPSUD and associated legislation. Since 2018, I've made numerous submissions to Hamilton City Council. The compact city model smart growth that Hamilton is adopting has made housing unaffordable. A managed growth approach just does not work. Hamilton City Council has a legal requirement under the Local Government Act to consider well-being. Hamilton City does not have an affordable housing policy, therefore housing is not considered well-being that requires HCC to respond to. It was only in the NPSUD legislation that required Hamilton City to address affordability. I will provide evidence that if Hamilton City is allowed to proceed with Plan Change 9 in its current form, housing will be more unaffordable and I believe will be therefore unlawful. I'm a real estate consultant with over 50 years experience in selling, developing, advising on real estate matters, and I do not personally benefit from any of my recommendations. And as a side note, I've actually witnessed firsthand 5 major corrections in the market. I have a good understanding of both planning and economics. It is economics that determine both how and what developments take place, not planning. To understand how Plan Change 9 will not assist affordability and does not comply with the law, is it necessary to go back to 2007-8 when HCC was preparing the district plan. HCC has a policy of restricting land supply, that being infrastructure-ready land. This is due to policy decisions of both planners and financial constraints. I'll quote now from Council's own economist. Limit new subdivisions approval with the objective of pushing up land prices and giving developers and section buyers an economic incentive to drift towards more intensive subdivision/housing. I've attached that evidence. The intensification study, Infill Housing Assessment 2007, the Hamilton Urban Growth Strategy, September 2008, the Harrison-Grierson Report, August 2010, advised that theoretically, Hamilton had 29 years of supply of land within the existing city boundaries. This could result in 108,000 dwellings. Market Economics, Section 32 report, has now advised that potentially there's a capacity for 112,000 dwellings. However, this assumption is based on the maximum permitted by zoning if most existing buildings are demolished to allow greater density. These reports also state that the infrastructure would need to be upgraded to allow intensification. No consideration was taken of cost and whether it would make housing less or more affordable. Hamilton City has now acknowledged under Plan Change 12 that for intensification to occur, then infrastructure needs to be upgraded. Hamilton City Council's economist, Economic Developments, and I've attached that report, Housing Affordability and Demand in Hamilton City, that was in 2011, it states that policies that facilitate least expensive housing will significantly improve the social and economic well-being of the population. Achieving more affordable housing is simply a matter of increasing supply of development. Economics 101, if anyone studied economics, if you undersupply the market, prices will always rise. Without price rises always increasing, Hamilton's planning model doesn't work. Now I've actually, on the label here, the first orange label, the economist I employed about 3 years ago gave a very extensive report, and this is the assumption that Hamilton planners are working on. Now, without price rises, their modelling simply does not work.
Hello, Chair.
The NPS UDC required a zero growth in prices. Evidence, the Urban Economics Housing Development Capacity Assessment, which I've attached. The Treasury and Reserve Bank report of September 2020, and I haven't bothered to attach that, has identified that interest rate and zoning are the primary reasons for unaffordable housing. Zoning in that context also refers to planning. I'd like to quote now from Paul Krugman, who was the winner of the Nobel Prize for Economics in 2008, very shortly. In the United States, it's really two countries, flatland and zoned land. In flatland, which occupies the middle of the country, it's easier to build houses. When demand for houses rises, flatland metropolitan areas just sprawl out more. As a result, house prices are basically determined by the cost of construction. In flatland, a housing bubble doesn't even get started. But on zoned land, which lies along the coast, the combination of high population density and land restriction, hence zoning, makes it hard to build new houses. So when people become willing to spend more on houses, say because of a fall in mortgage rates, some houses get built, but the price of existing houses also goes up. And if people think that prices will always continue to rise, that they become willing to spend even more on houses, driving prices up more and so on. In other words, the zoning zoned is prone to housing bubbles. My submission is that Hamilton City Council Plan Change 9 restricts its supply, therefore does not comply with NPS UD. I quote then from the government's response to the infrastructure report of September 2002, and I've only done 2 pages of that. The covering page, this one here, the next page talks about the government's response, recommend 23, prioritising provisions of human necessities such as housing over preservation of subjective preferences, e.g. heritage, character and amenities, which the government supports in principle. I previously submitted to the review of the district plan in 2012. Hamilton East should have higher density. It is ideal for redevelopment, being close to the CBD, university and Ruakura. The infrastructure will probably need upgrading in the foreseeable future. Plan Change 12 foresees both Hamilton North, Ulster Street area and Enderley being the preferred option. Part of Hamilton North, Ulster Street, already has high land costs with motels and apartments, so affordable housing is not an option. The City Council's Section 32 report that was prepared by Market Economics stated that Hamilton East has 56% of houses in that area are owned by investors. This would provide the incentive for amalgamating titles to increase density. Although not covered in Plan Change 9, I'd recommend the City Council lobby the government to modify the bright line test to assist with this process. Finance, and this is absolutely critical. Hamilton City Council's development contributions The policy never provides the income anticipated to provide the necessary funds for infrastructure. This has resulted in HCC incurring more debt. Now, I've actually provided you with 2 pages of an Excel spreadsheet, noted E, and the first page was done by one of my consultants, Bill Mitchell-Moore, who used to be the Development Contributions Officer for Waipā, and he just went back to 2013-14 on the modelling of what the actual income was, what the modelling predicted, and what the council budgeted for. The next page is probably more relevant. It actually shows it's in colour. It shows the actual revenue and then how much money the council are actually getting in income. I've attached another page which I was hoping to have updated. This is the council's, I had to go to the Ombudsman's office to get this information, by the way. The amount of money that the council is spending on infrastructure, which is both new and existing. Goes back to 2004. And if you compare the income that they've received and the expenditure, you can see there is a huge hole.
Which page are you looking at now, Mr.?
This is page E, attachment E. It's a spreadsheet headed up. Hamilton City Council, OIA 2031, 16th of December 2020, infrastructure spending.
So just to be clear, what point do you wanting to make to us on
well,
that?
what we've shown is the City Council's debt is projected to be over $1 billion within 3 years. At the moment, it's something like about 450 million, but growing exponentially. The current DC policy does not provide the income, and basically the council have had their head in the sand as to how they're arriving at all they've been doing is borrowing and hoping. And they've been hoping on the basis that the development contributions coming in from developers will actually produce the income to service the debt.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so I've been so concerned about this, I made a formal complaint to the council on the 21st of September 2021. It's marked as F. It's a formal complaint to the councils on future-proof. Now, I got all the correspondence between Ministry, MBIE and council and future-proof, and MBIE told council they were breaking the law, and the internal email from the chairperson of future-proof at the time said an internal colleagues ignore our lack of compliance. Now, I haven't bothered to provide all that detailed information, but it gives you an idea of the reports that I've provided to the council. I do actually know what I'm talking about. Council have not been interested in engaging with me on Plan Change 9 or Plan Change 12, although I have had meetings with senior staff regularly over the last 12 months or so. In 2019, I was commissioned by MBIE to identify restrictive covenants throughout the city. My conclusion was 25% were covered by restrictive covenants, which basically meant that the market economics report to future-proof was invalid. It would prohibit further development, making 108,000 dwellings impossible. This percentage was confirmed by Urban Economics Report in April 2020, and HCC, an economist, has now confirmed that these percentages are reasonably accurate. I sent a letter to Paula Southgate on the 8th of June 2022 from my barrister, Thomas Gibbons, about council not complying with MPSUD. We listed all the things that they'd failed to comply with, and that was a result of the Ministry commissioning Sense Partners to do a review of the future-proof documentation. She is still to respond to that letter, although she's had two requests to reply. So now moving on to Hamilton City Council Section 32 is deficient in multiple areas. The building costs reported as insufficient to understand the cost of houses and especially high-rise apartments. Now, the second orange page that I put, urban economics, that is the type of information that the Ministry actually requires the council to produce. It actually makes it easy reading as to whether housing is actually affordable or not. But the Section 32 of Market Economics provides no such information. And when I challenged the City Council, they said, oh, the information was proprietary of Market Economics and they didn't have to provide it. Now, there is a hole in the legislation that gives councils the opportunity to use their own modelling if they've already got their own modelling done. But I cannot make hide nor tail of the information that Market Economics is providing to the council as to building costs. I know, I do developments. At the moment, construction price for houses and apartments is between $3,000 and $4,000 a square metre. For high-rise apartments, I put a deal together for a client a couple of years ago, just being completed up in Auckland, 146 apartments, over $5,500 just for the build. Market Economics hasn't provided any of that information in their Section 32, and yet the council are assuming they're going to get between 3,200 and 12,000 apartments in the CBD. Right. So Market Economics gave a range of prices. So in their UDC legislation, they said that building prices were between $1,600 and $2,200 a square metre. In their updated 2020 report, it moved from $1,600 to $2,400 a square metre. I spoke to the General Manager of Kanga Ora yesterday, and he said he'd love to be able to build something for $2,400 a square metre. It just is not possible. From my experience, it is unlikely that the anticipated supply of high-rise apartments will ever happen in Hamilton to the extent that planners anticipate. They're 3,200 to 12,000 within the next 6 to 10 years. The cost of high-rise is currently in excess of $5,000, with some developments over $10,000 a square metre. This will have a significant effect on the anticipated supply of housing that Hamilton City is relying on to comply with MPS UDC and the associated legislation. Therefore, I request the underlying assumptions on building costs be fully made available. This is in line with the submissions that Kanga Ora has made in their economic submission. Housing choice. In 2018, Future Proof commissioned Market Economics to undertake this research. Of the 10 choices, 4 were in Auckland, 1 was in Dunedin. For the 5 remaining Hamilton choices, all were underpriced by between $50,000 and $150,000, according to a report I commissioned from Telfer Young Registered Valuers. Hamilton City Council's Housing Choice Report was slanted to mostly apartments, inner-city dwellings and duplexes. Now, I commissioned Urban Economics to do a peer review of that report, and I've attached that peer review to this document. I consider an independent housing choice survey required, preferably by someone independent like Waikato University. Section costs. Future Proof commissioned a report from Greenstone Group in 2008 on land costs. This report stated that sections in Hamilton were $150,000 to $165,000. Telfer Young Registered Values provided evidence that the true cost was in excess of $300,000 for the same period. An independent report on both the availability and the cost of land is required. My conclusion, the only way for housing to be affordable is for a ready supply of infrastructure-ready land at competitive prices. This was identified by the Council's own economic evidence of 2010. That document is attached. It is also a legal requirement. The assumptions that up to 70% of dwellings can be accommodated within the existing city is plainly not possible without significant upgrading of infrastructure, which will take time. Furthermore, is it what consumers want or afford, or is it what the planners want? Customers don't have to come to Hamilton. If Morrinsville, Cambridge is a cheaper option, will consumers just travel? Smart growth or a managed growth approach to planning is simply not working for the majority of the younger population and is making housing unaffordable. Now, there's two compulsory reading. American Nightmare. During the first lockdown, I bought all the books from America over. I gave it to every political party, plus I gave it to Chris Parker from Treasury and the guy I was working with at MBIE. And this one here is also excellent as to why housing is so unaffordable. And unless people actually understand the way that the planners are actually manipulating the information, that is the only way we can actually get affordable housing. The Bible, by the way, for planning rules that the ministry tells me they work on is this document here, which I have read. I agree with many of the submissions for Kanga Ora, that being a different approach to address for housing infrastructure other than qualified matters which exclude most of Hamilton East. My recommendation is that Hamilton East become a medium density housing area immediately, pending further greenfield land becoming available. Although not covered by Plan Change 9, it is clear that the development contributions policy currently adopted by Hamilton City Council is not providing the necessary funds. HCC has recently lost a significant court case brought by Everton Heights Limited. This judicial review was won 100% by Everton. It will have a significant effect on Council's finances, probably involving up to $6 million in funding shortfall. That judgment, by the way, was issued on the 31st of last month. Hamilton City is assuming that housing development will take place at both Rotokauri and Peacocks to meet their legal requirements. HCC has confirmed under OIA that the DC charges were not addressed in their modelling of section prices. In both areas, the new DC charges have increased from 34 to 67,000. For one area in Peacocks, which I've investigated, it's 140 hectares. It shows sections would need to sell in excess of 700,000 for the development to be possible. What I want, more detailed information required to understand HCC's assumptions on building costs, housing choices, section costs, affordability, the supply of affordable land. Without the information listed above, it is not possible to understand how HCC can meet its legal obligations under Plan Change 9 or 12. I'd like to provide additional information when Plan Change 12 hearings, and I thank you for your time, and if you want any further information, I'm happy to provide.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, and thank you for the companion documentation. And certainly, I mean, on the cardinal point, I think that you're raising, that we need to be satisfied that in actual fact the numbers can be realised. That's the information that we will certainly be looking at. So, thank you for that. Any questions of Mr. Jones?
No, nothing from me. Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Yeah. So, thank you very much. And
Okay.
we'll
Can I make one final point? Peacocks will become a stranded asset. The council have just gone back to the government for another 100 million to fund infrastructure. Most of the development of Peacocks simply will not take place because it is too costly to do the development. So all the assumptions on housing at Peacocks is probably suspect. At Rotokauri, Everton Heights, I had a meeting with them the other day. After their court case, they won their court case. The council have now insisted that 12 of their sections in stage 5 will have to be sacrificed for stormwater diking levee systems, swales. That obviously means that that 12 is going to have to be try and recovered on the rest of their 150 lot subdivision. So there is implications, and the council staff, I don't think, have the qualifications or the expertise to actually give you qualified advice. That's why I suggest you need to actually have outside parties, maybe like Waikato University, to actually give you some really groundbreaking advice as to what the true position is. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jones, and we shall see you again in the later hearings later this year, I take it.
Well, possibly.
That sounds very likely, yes.
I would think it will be, yes.
Yes, thank you. Regional Council, thank you. Right, who's going to, oh right, okay, so it's Ms Andrews, is it?
Yes.
Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, ko Katrina Andrews toku ingoa, he kai whakahaere kaupapaheri mō te kaunihera arohi o Waikato. I'm Katrina Andrews, I'm a policy advisor for the Waikato Regional Council. I'm joined by Hannah Craven, who is a senior policy advisor at WRC.
Ms Craven's known to us, yes.
Yes. Hannah will be preparing evidence for the substantive hearing for Waipā's Plan Change 26.
Doesn't she trust you?
We're splitting it up.
Right.
So she's attending today to stay up to date on proceedings and to help answer any questions.
Right.
If it's okay with you all, I'll provide a brief summary of my evidence.
Yes, summary is what we want, thank you.
And then we'll be happy to take any questions.
Yep.
So the purpose of my evidence is to provide context to WRC's staff submissions to each of the 3 IPIs, including the relationship to regional policy direction, and to outline WRC's key areas of interest in the IPIs to set the scene for the substantive hearings. WRC's primary interest is in relation to the Waikato Regional Policy Statement, or RPS, as district plans are required to give effect to the RPS under Section 75 of the RMA. Overall, the WRC staff submissions were supportive of the IPIs and recognised that the changes are directed by central government requirements. Each submission identified proposed provisions which align well with the RPS and others which could be amended or strengthened to better give effect to the RPS. I'll begin by providing a brief summary of the approach to urban development within the RPS and response to the NPSUD, and I'll then turn to the key areas of interest with reference to the Themes and Issues report jointly prepared by the 3 councils. The Urban Form and Development chapter of the RPS sets out the objectives, policies and methods to manage urban development across the region. These promote that development, including transport and other infrastructure, and associated land use occurs in a planned and coordinated manner. For the future-proof sub-region, the RPS provides a particularly detailed framework for the integration of land use and infrastructure planning by anchoring the settlement pattern from the future-proof strategy within the urban form and development provisions. The RPS directs district plans to manage development in accordance with RPS policies and methods. WRC has also recently prepared a change to the RPS, referred to as Proposed Change 1, to give effect to the NPSUD and reflect the updated future-proof strategy. Along with the 3 territorial authorities, WRC is also identified as a Tier 1 local authority under the NPSUD. Therefore, the RPS needs to be updated to give effect to the requirements of the NPSUD and Enabling Housing Supply Amendment Act. Proposed Change 1 also amends provisions to reflect the latest version of the future-proof strategy, which was adopted in July last year. Paragraph 42 of my evidence provides a summary of the key amendments within Proposed Change 1 of relevance to HCC and Waipā and Waikato districts. As you'll see, the majority of these changes relate to the Urban Form and Development chapter, although there are also amendments to recognise the status of Te Ture Whaimana as a qualifying matter and to climate change provisions to include specific direction for urban environments in line with the NPSUD. Proposed change 1 was publicly notified in October last year, and it just closed for further submissions yesterday. I note that section 74.2a of the RMA requires that when changing a district plan, a territorial authority shall have regard to any proposed regional policy statement. Therefore, the provisions of proposed change 1 are a relevant consideration for the panel. Turning now to key areas of interest, I'll first comment on the general approach to intensification within the IPIs. The RPS supports a growth model that provides for urban intensification to minimise the need for greenfield development, integrates land use and infrastructure planning, and promotes compact urban form. The site-specific application of the MDRS within the urban environments generally represents a greater level of detail than is addressed by the RPS. Therefore, the WRC staff submissions predominantly focused on the strategic integration of urban development, land use, transport, climate change, and stormwater outcomes. Moving on to the themes and issues report, the first theme I'd like to touch on is the application of qualifying matters, particularly Te Ture Whaimana. Te Ture Whaimana is deemed in its entirety to be part of any RPS, and it's embedded within section 1.9 of the current RPS. This is supported by other objectives, policies and methods which seek to manage effects of activities on freshwater bodies. As I mentioned, proposed change 1 recognises the status of matters to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana as a qualifying matter, and it also introduces cross-referencing to establish a clearer link between freshwater and built environment policies. In my view, this emphasises the interconnectedness of decisions relating to urban development and effects on water bodies and their catchments. Given the importance of Te Ture Whaimana and freshwater management within the RPS, matters required to give effect to Te Ture Whaimana are a key area of interest for WRC. The WRC staff submissions supported or sought provisions which recognise and avoid potential adverse effects of intensification on water bodies and seek to achieve betterment in accordance with Te Ture Whaimana. This includes the use of infrastructure capacity overlays where necessary, green infrastructure, water-sensitive techniques, and minimum permeable surface standards. Another qualifying matter of interest for WRC is significant Indigenous vegetation and significant habitats of Indigenous fauna. The RPS includes objectives, policies and methods relating to the protection, maintenance and enhancement of Indigenous biodiversity within the region and establishes a strong directive to protect SNAs. WRC is involved in concurrent processes relating to SNAs in the Waikato District and Hamilton City, being the proposed Waikato District Plan Appeals and HCC's Plan Change 9. Common theme 4 in the Themes and Issues report is transport and car parking. Integration between land use and transport planning is a key focus for WRC under the RPS, as well as under the Regional Land Transport Plan and Regional Public Transport Plan. Intensification is likely to have an impact on the transport networks of the urban environments subject to the IPIs, and the design of urban environments in turn impacts upon travel behaviour as well as the operation of public transport. Paragraphs 67 to 71 of my evidence identify some of the key provisions within the NPSUD, RPS and Future Proof relevant to transport outcomes in the context of urban intensification. The WRC staff submissions supported or sought provisions that achieve integration between land use and transport planning, encourage walking, cycling and public transport use, contribute to transport emissions reduction and support the safe and efficient operation of transport networks, all within the context of urban intensification. The final part of my evidence relates to matters identified as potentially out of scope in the Themes and Issues report, as these included WRC's submission points relating to climate change. I did prepare my evidence before the procedural matters hearing was scheduled for next week. So would you like me to get into the issue of climate change now or leave that to a later date?
Just rehearse your argument now, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'd just like to start, if I can, by making one correction to my evidence, as it's relevant to some of the discussion on qualifying matters that's occurred in the hearing so far. So in paragraph 81 of my evidence, the initial words in regard to RMA section 77L can be deleted, please. So the themes and issues report identified section 77L as being a consideration for scope issues. However, I'd like to clarify that WRC is not seeking for climate change to be identified as a qualifying matter in the IPIs, therefore section 77L is not relevant. The amendments sought in the WRC staff submissions do not seek to reduce the relevant height or density requirements under the MDRS or Policy 3. Rather, they seek related provisions that support or are consequential to intensification provisions in accordance with Section 80E. And I'm aware there's been quite a bit of discussion on the concept of related provisions in the hearing so far, and that this is something to return to for that procedural discussion. So as discussed in paragraphs 78 and 79 of my evidence, most changes sought relate to the wording of objectives and policies to strengthen the integration between land use and infrastructure planning in a way that promotes emissions reduction and community resilience within the context of housing intensification. I consider there is strong direction within the higher order planning documents to consider climate change in the plan changes. Paragraphs 82 to 88 of my evidence set out some of the key provisions, including RMA's sections 7I and 74.2, objectives 1 and 8 and policies 1 and 6 of the NPSUD, and objective IM05 of the RPS. The duty to have particular regard to the effects of climate change under section 7 and to give effect to the higher order planning documents remain relevant for these plan changes. As I've touched on, integration between land use, infrastructure, stormwater and climate change outcomes is embedded within the RPS. Intensification of urban environments has potential to impact on travel behaviour and transport emissions, as well as on stormwater management and interaction with natural hazards. So ultimately, I consider there is a relationship between housing intensification and climate change implications, and therefore potential for both supportive and consequential amendments to the IPIs on this topic. And that brings me to the end of my summary. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ms Andrews. Just on that last point, what's the, just in a nutshell, what's the implication of if we accepted your argument with respect to that relationship and the relevance of it? What do you see the implication is for any of these plan changes?
Well, the WRC staff submissions, there were a range of submission points that have been grouped under the heading of climate change. So they do vary in scale. Some of them are very specific changes sought to the wording of objectives and policies, whereas others are a bit broader. So I acknowledge that there has been some discussion in the hearing so far with the councils around potential discussions, and we're happy to have those discussions with the district councils on how climate change can be incorporated into the IPIs where that's needed on our submission points.
Yeah. But do you see that as a qualifying matter that then has an implication for yield, for example?
The majority, I would have to go back to the specific submission points. The majority of them are to objectives and policies, and they link quite closely to intensification. So, for example, some of them are supportive of the NDRS in terms of recognising the emissions reduction benefits of a compact urban form. So those I would see as supporting the outcomes, and others are more consequential, but the majority do relate to those objectives and policies rather than rules so much.
All right. Thank you. We'll get there eventually.
Just one, and it's potentially more of a legal question in relation to your para 86, but you've advised us there that the National Adaptation Plan and Emissions Reduction Plan are relevant considerations for us.
No.
And just wondering if you'd looked at the transitional provisions, because obviously these plan changes were notified pre-30 November, in which case we have to decide things as if they weren't enforced. Is that your sort of understanding?
I am not too familiar with those transitional provisions, so I'd have to take legal advice on them.
Thank you.
Nigel?
Yes, I haven't, thank you, Ms Andrews. I haven't really got a question. It's really just, I think your brief has been different to others and quite useful for us in terms of like opening our mind to sort of the broader framework within which plan changes need to be considered. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right. That's it. Congratulations. Yes, right. All right.
Thank you.
Right, well, that's the end of submitters. Well, I shouldn't say it's the end of submitters. That's the close for today of submitters. We'll see you all again later on. Any sort of comments or any matters arising? Councils? No? No? All right. Well, in that case, let's adjourn early, and we have a relatively, well, maybe shortened day tomorrow at 9 o'clock. We'll resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.